everyone. The whole series.
Migration and so on, aspects is huge, let alone fertility, let alone mortality, which is what Fatima referred to cover. Then comes so demography became first of all so mathematical, and secondly it covers three major events in our lifetime: birth, death, and migration. So this which year did you start?
2016.
See,
So you work with Tatiana Berman. He's our team director general. So we exchanged, I think we presidency, you were ISS, Framework for Social, and there is and as part of you who submitted their comments on it, and I think you or your ministry were asking us whether we want to include them in the framework regulation or not. I think there was some sort of exchange, but it was usually done.
Sylvie, have you read the literature on demography in the small states? Because I tell you why. Because I tried to compile a database of articles on population in small states. Not for this project, but I don't know that we can compile
You have to wait the new census. It's in 2021. So I hope we have this will be the last census. So because now we are discussing about regulations to go beyond. I don't know exactly how that will work because our administrative data one is really not. It's not like the Nordic style. They do everything by administration. They don't actually ask anyone to refer. Which you don't have.
Well, once I tried to do it for back in the 1980s, I was fired by the government to try and do a population register of companies in a sense how they should be classified according to the race classification. This is the modern business. I agree with it.
So what was the rest?
So, for example, now, yes, before they were 6 people
Mr. Spadano, Mr. Beck, they were in charge.
They had no backing or they did it. So,
don't know actually, we don't have data on their local units, like their branches. Because we don't have a system, the business register don't have a system to actually register them. And now we're discussing a new framework regulation because now the Commission is all over the framework regulation so that they can empower themselves for implementing acts and delegated acts, which is a problem now to deal with space. And now we are collecting all businesses regulation, and I think there are 12 into one framework regulation. And even for social statistics, all social statistics regulations into one framework regulation. And they should be alive for at least 10 or 20 years. And then the Commission is empowered to adopt implementing acts and delegated acts to keep it live. So that if they need to make out some variants and others, they will just adopt implementing acts or delegated acts to like enrich the data. So there is one framework regulation, and then there is the delegated act. Now the problem for statistics is that through delegated act, it's involving the political element, involving the Parliament and the European Council, which are the states. Now, MSIs have always this that we are independent, that we are this. But on the other hand, we allow politicians to decide what type of quality the information is and all these things. So we are having this like legal problems where we want to adopt delegated acts or implementing acts. And the difference is that implementing acts is technical and it doesn't go to Parliament or so we are facing this. There is no control.
They don't. Because some people want to take advantage of everything that's fair on
all sorts of issues.
Well, I mean, I'm the first one, sorry, but I remember certain, but I do more than my own personal. I prefer so much to go, but it's not working for me. So I do it not just for financial reasons, but for practical reasons. So if F1 is like me, how would you
Can you access it?
It's already actually. Yeah,
Good morning and welcome. We are going to start today. I won't be taking much of your time now, but I would like to introduce the first speaker who will be inaugurating this workshop. Thank you all for coming, by the way, and I am looking forward to a productive discussion. Let me give the word right away so that we can start with Dr. Harwood, Dr. Mark Harwood, who is the director of the Institute for European Studies. Please, Dr. Harwood.
Thank you, Professor Parch, and I actually have a note on my notes that I was going to finish by thanking Professor Parch, and I will, and I'm going to start also by thanking Professor Parch, who is the principal academic at the university who's dealing with these projects and is a driving force behind most of what we do at the Institute, so it's a great pleasure to be able to start by thanking him. But I will thank him again, so that's going to be the sequel. I'm really excited to be here today, not just to welcome you, but also to be able to listen to these two interesting workshops. Today we're going to be talking about immigration and the political upheavals it can cause and how that may affect small states. And tomorrow we have a second workshop which looks at cross-disciplinary approach to small states in Europe. So exceptionally interesting topics, and especially for us as an institute, exceptionally interesting because these are areas which we have been focusing on and which we will continue to focus on in the future. And both of these workshops are part of two projects which are being, which the university is participating in, but which are being led by the University of Iceland. And it's a real pleasure to welcome the director of the Institute of International Affairs at the University of Iceland, Pia Hansen, and I hope that's pronounced correctly, and Thomas Johansson, who is a project manager for this project. The university has gained a great reputation in the area of studying small states, and so it is a particular pleasure for us that the Institute has been cooperating with them for a number of years, and also to see Baldur, who has often come to Malta as well, and cooperated now for more than 10, maybe even more years. My memory, I got to the age where I say that happened 10 years ago, and somebody said no, it was 20, and it was like, okay, that's a sign of progression. So two exceptionally interesting projects, two projects ably led by the University of Iceland, and also great to have our partner universities here today from across Europe who will also be contributing throughout the day. I just wanted to say 2 points. First of all, to plug the Institute. For those of you, there's quite a few of our alumni here, but for those of you who may be visiting Malta for the first time, we're very proud of the fact that our Institute, which has been operating on campus now for 25 years, is the largest institute on campus. We're one of the largest academic entities now at the University of Malta. We offer bachelor's, master's and PhDs. And we particularly have focused a lot of research on the issue of small states. And again, Professor Parch has recently concluded a project which he led on smshealth.eu, which looked at the issue of health and the provision of that service in small states. And it was an exceptionally interesting project, and value added in the sense that it was the first time anyone had looked at this issue. So for us, as an institute, this small state emphasis focuses very much on our research interests. Hopefully we'll see some of you quite soon. I'm going to plug our new publication, which is going to be published in 2 weeks' time, on Maltese presidency of the Council of the EU, which will be the first academic assessment of the Maltese presidency, and we're very proud to be publishing that in 2 weeks' time. And if any of you are interested, you can always send us an email and we will try and get a copy to you, though it will be available as an e-book. And as I said at the beginning, if I can conclude with my first point, I really want to extend a note of thanks to Professor Parch. Professor Parch is not just in the area of projects, primarily leading these projects for us, but for 25 years he has built the Institute, he has dedicated his teaching to the Institute, and more importantly, he continues to do that. And for us it's key that we can be guaranteed that he will stay with us for many years to come, because professors don't need to retire. So that's a good point. So I'd like to conclude by thanking our visitors from Iceland, our visitors from across Europe, and in particular Professor Parch for this workshop. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Harwood. I am embarrassed, but thank you. I will now ask Pia Hansen, the Director of the Institute of International Affairs of the University of Iceland, to make a presentation about the nature and objectives of this project. Please.
Thank you, Professor. Very nice to be here in Malta again. I think it's my 4th time, so obviously I like Malta quite a bit. And it's not a difficult decision to take to come to Malta. You know, when it's early fall weather in Iceland, this is certainly something nice for us Icelanders to see. I'm just here to tell you a little bit about this project. Thomas, my colleague, will take over in a little bit and tell you a little bit more. But the idea is to explain a little bit what it was that we were thinking about. What are we doing, and what we hope to accomplish with this project. The partners that we have, it has been mentioned that they are from all over Europe. I'd just like to mention them all so that I have it all correctly listed. the University of Malta, of course, Copenhagen University. Unfortunately, our partner from Copenhagen couldn't be with us here today, but he has been an integral part of the project, just as all our partners are. Tallinn University of Technology, represented by Kuri here today, and Lund University, represented by Maria Strömvik. Zagreb University, Vilnius University, the University of the Aegean Roads, here we have Charavandos with us, and the University of Ljubljana. Where is Primož? I saw you just, there you are. So, the background is, we're talking about the current political turmoil and how it's posing unprecedented challenges to small states worldwide. Large powers increasingly choose to act outside the institutional framework. And this framework, of course, as you know, is very important to the small powers that rely on this as a guarantor of their stability and prosperity. The EU is uniquely illustrative of how an organized political and administrative framework can empower small states, as opposed to forums of intergovernmental bargaining where the bigger powers can more easily impose their will. Small member states are having to deal with this increasingly unstable international scene. And at the same time, public sentiment in many EU countries has become increasingly negative towards European integration and cooperation. The public administration of small member states are beset with unprecedented tasks and responsibilities. These have placed their already limited capacities on a huge strain, while also adding more credibility to populist rhetoric. In addition, the uncertainties of Brexit and the radical policy shifts emerging from the new US administration stand every chance of altering the institutional structure that has served as the cornerstone of Western stability, as well as the security of small states throughout the international system for decades. This political turmoil is a pan-European challenge that the EU states face collectively, and thus needs to be examined on an international level. There's a need to analyze the small member states that are especially vulnerable and rely on the EU's legal framework to navigate their way through these uncertain times. This network's research builds on 4 interlinked research clusters that are all focused on the contemporary challenges of small states in Europe. And now to give us a little bit of a clearer view of that, here is my colleague Thomas.
Just building up excitement for the next part.
Which one is it?
This is cheaper version. But it will it's not the first one. Me too, that's why mine is cheaper, but then maybe that's why they make us.
Okay, we apologize for this. This wasn't planned, but and what we're going to do is Thomas will present from his own computer until we get this fixed. We have tested the system this morning. We came early here precisely to test all the presentations. But
Thomas, you need USB-C?
I need the from HMI to
USB-C, what is it? Yeah, but it's the yellow display. Mine is here.
No problem. We will just do this without all the slides. And, so we'll just do this without the slides. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I will we can put the slides up on our Facebook page. We have a Facebook page for the project, and we also have a web page for the project. If you go to ams.hi.is, you will find the project under research. And also, if you go to Facebook and just write navigating the storm, search for navigating the storm, you should find the project there right away. And also we have a ResearchGate page where we upload all the research we do in the project. So there you will also find just the research and see the whole network and all that. So please follow us there. So I was going to keep this quite short, but I just wanted to tell you in a little more detail what we are doing in this project. So, like Pia mentioned, we are examining coping strategies of small states in the current political turmoil in Europe. But we are also, with this project, we have new partners that we haven't worked with before. We have old partners and new partners, so we are both consolidating the old network that we have been building up, but also trying to expand it. We hope to produce advances in knowledge and the research we do. We will deliver papers and we will deliver an edited book at the end of the project that we aim to introduce to teaching at the universities that are taking part. So this research can be used in teaching at the universities. Also, one of the main aims of the Shyam-Moraine networks is to build a policy debate between policymakers in Brussels and in European countries and with the academic world. So to that end, we also have specific plans to reach policymakers. We will conclude this project with a seminar held in Brussels, where we intend to invite policymakers from there to come and hear like final conclusions from the project, where we have the papers and the books, and we will have policy recommendations delivered at that seminar. So what we've done in the project is to divide our research into 4 themes. The first one is small states and the changing security environment in Europe. The University of Iceland and Vilnius University are assigned to that research theme, and in June this year we had the first workshop in the project in Vilnius. The second research theme is small states and the current political turmoil related to immigration, And the workshop we are attending today is part of that work package. So there we have the University of Malta, the University of the Aegean in Rhodes, and Copenhagen University. The third is small states and open borders, the effects of limitation on human mobility on small states within the EU. There we have Lund University and the University of Zagreb as the main universities focusing on that work package, and we will have a workshop in Lund on December 6th, right? And we will also record that, and so you can, if you follow us on Facebook, you can always see these workshops and see what we're doing in the project. And the last work package is small states and good governance, the role of public administration in tackling contemporary policy challenges. And there we have Tallinn University of Technology and University of Ljubljana. And we have a workshop in Ljubljana on April 4th next year. So we have set the dates well in advance. And then we also have a large international conference in Iceland 1.5 days in August next year. So I think I've mentioned most of the things. Well, lastly, the final output of the project is a publication of an academic book, and our partner in St. Andrews, Ian Taylor, he is the chief editor of this book. So St. Andrews are not assigned to a work package, but Ian is the chief editor of the book, and we hope this will be an excellent addition to just small state studies in general. So I think I'm done for now. I was going to show you the Facebook page and all that, but please just look up. If you look up Navigating the Storm on Facebook, you should find us there, and move on from there to the web page. No? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Thomas. I hope we will have time perhaps to put the slides up again at some time in this conference. Now we have to go to the program of the presentations. We have a few presentations, and I would like to invite the speakers, the other speakers, to come forward and join us at the back. The first speaker in the list is yours truly, so I have to now shift to the other side and begin my presentation, and someone else will take over. Thank you.
So, as Professor Podge has indicated, we'll move on now to historical migration and political turbulence in the central Mediterranean. We then have managing the crisis of 2015-16 in Slovenia. I'm going to strategically avoid mentioning names because the names seem quite Professor okay. And then we have Hilary Briffa from who is a doctoral student at the Department of War Studies in King's College, talking about Malta's immigration efforts. Do you think we should try and...
Yeah. Okay. Now then, yes. Okay, so my presentation is very straightforward. I am going to speak about the issue of migration in the central Mediterranean. Now, this has been a very important issue both for the European Union and also for the countries which are in the region. Primarily because it is the most important of the three migratory routes from North Africa and the Middle East to Europe when I say 3, I am simplifying a lot, because in reality there are more than 3 routes, but we group them together in many sub-routes. We group them together into these 3. The Western, Spain, from the North Africa to Spain, the Eastern one which goes to the Aegean, and the Ionian Islands to Greece, and also to Bulgaria. There is a land route as well. And then there is the central route, which is mainly from Libya and Tunisia. Now, this issue is important because of the fact that it has led to a lot of problems at the European Union level, lots of disagreements, and lately with the changes, the political changes taking place in some of the southern European countries, it has also become a very much graver situation, because now what was an informal Mediterranean group of countries which was lobbying together within the European Union to coordinate their positions seems to be coming apart. And this, I think, is very serious in the sense that it makes the possibility of finding lasting solutions, long-term solutions in the European Union to this challenge very difficult. What for those who are not very familiar with the Central Mediterranean, what I do draw attention to is that in this great debate which is taking place about migration, we do tend to use migration very loosely. There is no legal definition of who is a migrant and what makes a migrant, but we do use it. Even I myself at times I have been caught doing this because I am not infallible, and we academics make mistakes, by the way, as well. And I myself have sometimes been caught using it loosely. So this is very important to warn researchers that when we are researching and writing on migration, we have to make very clear what we mean about the subject that we are talking about. The second thing is that the facts are often hidden from sight by a cloud of misinformation, which I attribute to the fact that we live in a post-truth society. And there is all types of information out there, but not all of it is good information. And I am not referring to the dark net, but I am referring to the figures which are often bandied about, images which are thrown in the media, which tends to deflect attention from the facts of the matter. For example, an incident in Germany which involves one migrant and leads to a situation where everybody is considering migrants as a threat, when in fact most of them might not even be anywhere near or close to a criminal act. Yesterday I heard a well-known journalist on an Italian television drawing attention to the fact that there were 2 rapes in Milan involving migrants, which the message seems to be that rapes are on the increase, when in fact all they have to speak about were these 2 incidents. I am not minimizing rape, mind you. It's a criminal act, disgusting act, but again, to generalize this from 2 incidents into a general movement that law and order seem to be breaking down in Milan is I think, a bit rich. Alarming, and people now are thriving on this kind of alarmist and headline-catching stories, which very often fog even the researcher's mind. So I'm asking, I'm appealing for researchers, of course, to make sure that they look at the, always try to stick to the facts. Of course, we bring our own personal thoughts and biases in our research, but it doesn't mean that there is not a modicum of factual information that we can at least identify and have the basis for discussing migration. The European Union, having lost all hope of finding an internal solution to the migration challenge, is now looking outside. It's trying to find an external solution. I think that my own contention, as I shall develop it later on, is that this is going to fail as well for various reasons. Because I think that we must first have a very strong and internal inclusive and policy on migration based on solidarity before we can try to make any impact on the external front. And this is, I think, in my opinion, is not an approach which is going to render any long-term benefits. I know that politicians are often under pressure to provide quick solutions, but unfortunately, instant solutions are not available in politics, like instant coffee. So we are at the moment at a very important crossroads in handling migration, and where the very unity and strength of the European Union might be compromised. So the European Union has taken a number of initiatives, and what I am concerned is that many of these initiatives in the international arena are eroding our standing. Our standing particularly on human rights in the world, and which also allows some of the worst regimes and authoritarian governments, both in the Mediterranean region and in Africa, to get away with what they are doing. Because if we ourselves are no longer the defenders of principles of human rights, I am not saying that we should be blind to the objectives of realpolitik, but if we abandon our objectives, values, so casually, as we are doing in the handling of migration, then we lose leadership. And what are we going to lead in there? I mean, in manufacturing, certainly not China is taking that, India will take that. And our leadership in the rest of the world will encourage authoritarian states and will come to haunt us in the future by the problems which are created by that. I think we must also be very careful to see that when we study migration, we have to look at the push and pull factors. These are traditional concepts that have been employed in the study of migration since the very beginning. Only that we must be always very careful that there is not one single push or pull factor which is responsible for the movements of people. Most of the movements which are taking place in the Mediterranean today, of asylum seekers mostly, are people coming from countries in trouble where there are serious conflicts, like Syria, like Iraq, like Afghanistan. But we must also keep in mind that the push-pull factors are many, and the reason why people move can be caused by a combination of two or more of these factors. And I think this we have to maintain a constant attention in our research. We also have to take into account another issue, which is the cognitive revolution. The means that people have acquired over a wide access of all types of information. And this is good in a sense for democracy, but it is also a tool which comes in the hands of everyone. So there is the good, the bad, and the ugly out there in this media revolution. And at times, of course, we have to be very careful and to sift the real information, or let's say the information which is substantiated by reference to what is actually happening, from other things that are going around. We cannot turn a blind eye at the same time that migrant concentrations often in our societies cause friction. And we cannot say, okay, I mean, look, that certain accumulation of migrants in urban country, in urban places of rural, these are nothing, these are, they do cause a lot of concern, because anything which brings change to societies, to neighborhoods, to people's sense of security is something which concerns citizens. And this is not a plea for an anti-immigration stance, but rather a plea for governments to take seriously the challenge of integration and inclusiveness. It is this type of policy which in the end would help us to overcome the challenge of migration. Now let me come to the Mediterranean. In 2018 we have seen a sharp drop in Mediterranean arrivals, but also an increasing amount of people who have gone missing or who are presumed to be dead. 1,730 in the first 9 months of 2018, as opposed to 2,673 in 2017. Saving lives in the central Mediterranean is still a challenge. These figures are only approximative because, as we know, they could be more, could also be less, but in all probability, by most calculations, there are many unrecorded losses at sea, which could, rather than understatement of what the figures are. So we need also to establish the proper parameters of the discussion. For instance, when we speak of migration in general, and here we are not speaking about asylum seekers or refugees only, we are speaking about 257.7 million in 2017. These are IOM figures, which amounts to around 3.5% of the world's population. In fact, all this attention about migration is surprising because from 1970 to, in this aspect only, from 1970 to 2017, the migrant stock in the world has remained rather stable at between 2.2 and 3.5% of the global population. And the growth of this stock is falling for various reasons, either because countries are advancing on the road to development, or so that all conditions are from the source countries are becoming, from the big source countries are becoming better, or because we in the developed world are becoming much more protectionist and much more concerned about our borders and stopping people from coming. Now, migration has been known, it has been studied. There are lots of studies that I can quote. Has been studied as a source of economic growth. I think we sometimes lose the sight of the fact that if migrants are properly integrated on the basis of inclusiveness and the proper policy of integration, even, and here I am extending this even to refugees and asylum seekers, we can draw a lot of benefits. Benefits for the migrants themselves, benefits for the country because it can address gaps, and it has such gaps in its labor force, and benefits for the source countries, which of course receive a lot of remittances, which are then, and sometimes even the transfer of skills, which are beneficial for their own development efforts. One other issue which is important is we will look at in the next slide we will be looking at the asylum seekers in the world. Let me speak a bit about asylum. Asylum or applications from non-EU applicants seem to be a steady trajectory. That is, there were times when they were increasing and times when they have settled down and reached a certain level. At least we don't know what the cause of this is, but there is a lot of exaggeration about the amount of people who are alarming exaggerations about the amount of people who are seeking asylum in the European Union. Now, if we look at the number of people in the European Union, in the world, who are seeking asylum, there are, let me look at this closer because I have to internally displaced persons. There are 40 million people in the world. This I take from UNHCR, which in the refugees of these, there are refugees, that is people who have taken refuge outside the country, not internally displaced, is 25.4 million. And asylum seekers of these, we have 3.1 million. Europe is one of the countries that is, of the continents that is least affected by this great movement of people. For example, there you find that when the world's displaced people are being hosted, 85% of these displaced people are being hosted in developing countries. That 85% is very interesting because, again, we have to put things in the right perspective. We are part of the rich and developed world, and yet we seem to depict this general situation of a huge and enormous invasion, when in fact the responsibility for migration and refugee and asylum seekers today, 40 million displaced persons internally, is much bigger than the 25.4 million. This is simple maths, who have taken refuge in developing in neighboring countries outside their own homeland. These are, here I've put, this is taken from IOM. IOM have a website which I encourage people to follow, where they have this great map which shows the migration routes, and this explains, gives you a visual image why the European Union is so concerned not only about controlling the borders in the Mediterranean, but also in the Sahel and Sub-Saharan Africa, because it shows you the various routes that come to the continent of Africa. And in that round circle there that you have there, these are, of course, simplified into the three main routes which I had explained earlier on in the Mediterranean. Looking at the multi-statistics, I've put these statistics up because to show you a paradox, which is also present in other countries of Europe, the paradox that while our foreign population has been increasing, This has not been increasing as a result of the arrival of what are called irregular people, but imported labor to address our shortcomings in various sectors, skills and shortage of labor. Thankfully, we have an economy which is developing at a very fast rate. I hope that it continues to do so, without, of course, sacrificing our environment and long-term sustainability. But we have been, if it wasn't for the importation of migrants, which according to my studies, I have found that they are half and half. Half of them are EU citizens who have the right of free movement to come here, and the other half are from a number of countries, nearly from the whole of the globe. Upwards of 100, they come from upwards of 100 countries, according to information which was given in the multi-spark a year ago. And it shows how migration can be relevant and important to address labor gaps. But as you see there, the number of boat people arriving, the number of boat people arriving has been very, very small, negligible, zero in some years. This year we have more, but we have accepted around 700 of these people. Some of them have arrived independently, others have arrived here through the rescue of vessels on the high seas and Malta's acceptance to take a share of them. I also have included there the number of people who have been relocated from Malta under the EU and USA relocation program. Our friend in the United States, you know who, since the start of the Trump's administration, has stopped the American program. That was the last news I had. Now I hope nothing has changed since yesterday or the day before, and that I'll get some telephone call telling me that I'm giving you fake news. But the program has been stopped. In any case, this has been done because Malta's problem of migration has a problem on how many of these migrants it can cater for and absorb. And you must have read in the international press, and particularly the Italian press. I will skip this because time is running out, but you can see it in my slides when we publish them. You might have read about Malta's refusal to take on migrants, but I want to show you this, which is the amount of asylum seekers per 1,000 head of population, and the figures there are very striking. That we have, for example, Lebanon, a country of 5.8 people, has 164 refugees per 1,000 head of population. And Malta features among the 10 foremost countries in terms of refugees per 1,000 people. We also have one of the highest population densities in the world, certainly in the EU. It's about 1,500 persons per kilometer square, which is much and much above the European average slightly more than 117 persons per kilometer square, if I am correct. And yet we do feature among those who have taken a lot. And look at the small countries, non-European countries, such as Lebanon, Uganda, Turkey, Jordan, Chad. These are not exactly the richest countries in the world, but still they have taken the responsibility for these refugees. That's to put it into perspective, because it is very important to do so. So we are, at the Institute, we've had some studies done. One PhD student has been working on the absorptive capacity of states to try and arrive at some kind of a fair distribution key for policy making within the European Union. And I think that this is of great concern for small states, because migration, even small numbers, can overwhelm us. I am not saying that we are overwhelmed in Malta, but uncontrolled migration, we have to look at reality in the face at time and make contingencies. We cannot improvise when the problem has arrived on our doorstep. We have to take action, because otherwise we begin to sin. And normally we sin against human rights, against if we take policy decisions on the whole. So we have to be prepared. And apart from having, of course, the right set of policies in place, we must also look at, start looking at how many migrants of all types, not only the irregulars who arrive to shelter in our shores, but also regular migrants, can small states handle. And we should look at perhaps certain variables like the traditional GDP or GDP per capita, the human capital index, territory and economic size, population density, capacity of health and education. For example, one of the reasons why I began to look some 3 years ago at health in small states was precisely this. I mean, what are the problems of size, of economies of scale that small states face, and what happens when the populations grow suddenly, when we have a sort of big curve, a sudden increase or a shift. We have to look at this and costs of integrating refugees in comparison to national budgetary resources. So I think we should look forward to this and try. These are not necessarily the only variables that we should look at. Probably you would come up with much more efficient ones than myself, but there you are. I'm starting at least some discussion on this. And lastly, I thank you. And this is the little piece of Mediterranean where I would like to go to swim, but which this year I have never visited because of my academic troubles. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to thank Professor Parch. I think a very interesting holistic view of many of the topics that we're going to be discussing throughout this workshop. I'd like to invite Professor Lipsin, and if I'm not saying that correctly, please do correct me, from the University of Ljubljana. And from now we'll be looking in more detail at specific case studies, and now here specifically at Slovenia.
Good morning. like to make a greeting to all persons that are present here at this conference. Also, thanks for the organizers of this event, and for the project managers who are organizing this workshop. Basically, within the project, maybe this topic that I will address slightly overlaps between the second and the fourth pillar that we have. You know, the second one is about migration, the fourth is about good governance. So this is something in between, and this topic overlaps the two pillars. It's about managing the migration crisis of 2015-16 in Slovenia. Why? Because why did we not terminate in 2015 or 16? Because to some extent, this Western Balkan migration route is reopening again. Maybe to some extent slightly more to the south, but it's reopening. It was at its peak in 2015 and 16 due to mostly external factors that had driven it. And Slovenia was actually heavily challenged because it is Schengen zone country, which actually where the migrants entered the Schengen zone. They didn't enter the EU, they entered it previously in Greece and in Croatia, but it is Schengen zone to the main country. So it was heavily challenged because, you know, we need to preserve the Schengen zone, and we were obliged actually to make a registration of this entrance. This was a migrant wave 3 years ago. It was heavily publicized in media, you know, the people walking, you know, through fields, people walking, you know, over the rivers and entering Schengen zone on their way to the Sweden or Germany, predominantly Sweden and Germany. So it was quite heavily publicized in this manner, and something that was very unprecedented. And then you have a small country, Slovenia, which was an entry point. So you needed to register persons coming to the Europe, and in 6 months, approximately 500,000 people walked through Slovenia, which is 1/4 of our population. And you needed to register it, etc., with, let's say, a police force of around 4,000 to 5,000 persons, and supporting army to some extent with, let's say, 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers, because all the other soldiers are on NATO missions somewhere else. So basically, you had a very limited capacity to deal with this extensive flow. Now, maybe this is a picture, it's not quite clear now because it's very difficult to get. What we are speaking about, it's this Western Balkan migration flow. So people coming from Turkey via Greece, then through Macedonia, North Macedonia, to Serbia, and then through Croatia, Slovenia, to Austria, and then to Germany. You know, this route was slightly different, but later on, actually, Hungary sealed the border, and this route was diverted to the west, so through Croatia and then through Slovenia, because technically Hungary sealed the border, and this route needed to be diverted. Sheer magnitude of this flow is quite actually ambiguous, because 500,000 migrants went through in the period of 6 months, from September 2015 to March 2016. If you see the scale, because in EU we have 2.4 million asylum claims in the period 2015 and 16, according to the Eurostat data, and the Frontex data show that in the last 4 years, actually we have 2.5 million illegal border crossings detected in the EU. So, from this perspective, actually this was very large migrant flow. Comparing to this data, you know, if you have in all these 8 main migration routes, Professor Roger mentioned before, we have 8 main entry routes to Europe, and this Western Balkan is one of them. For now, the current perspective is this route is reopening, but basically Bosnia is serving as a bridge. You know, so it's slightly going to the south, because still at our border, the police at the border is actually experiencing the increasing amount of illegal border crossing. So this is the notion that it's slightly being reopened. Now, maybe what has caused this migration flow? The majority of migrants coming through this wave actually are not from, I would say, troubled countries. So it's not, you know, sub-Saharan Africa with climate change and booming population. It's, to some extent, it's Syria and Iraq because of, you know, military conflict, but the majority of people are from Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bangladesh. These are not troubled countries, you know. This is not a war zone, this technical zone. So actually, you have, I would say, a decent proportion of economic migrants maybe coming to this point. So it's not, you know, the climate change people from both, but technically they were actually, they were somewhere in the vicinity, and the majority of them actually went on the road when this invitation arrived, actually. We will see later on that there was an important pull factor behind this road. What is actually maybe some data? This migration wave, actually, the scale is fascinating, and two other facts. Basically, it is unmanaged and to some extent forced migration. And this has posed an enormous challenge. Europe actually is dealing a lot with migration because it's unmanaged and to some extent forced. If you have managed migration and voluntary migration, then you can, you know, you can plan what you will do. But this was something that we could not plan. And in particular, countries that are on the route and the small countries were experiencing very extreme burden on the administrative apparatus. The field experience shows it was very, you know, in this period of 6 months, several events in Slovenia were cancelled because police was not able to make a security of the event, you know, football games, something like that, because the majority of police staff was on the border. And we will postpone the match because we cannot secure the event. It was very safe for drivers to drive that period because, you know, there were police was missing on the road for, you know, for overspeeding. Yeah, the entire police force was actually on the border. The reserve police force was also on the border, and the retired police officers took over the jobs of the regular police. You know, you still have a police officer in some city, you know, these retired police officers, and they were not, you know, very keen to do the regular police job. So it was very relaxed during this period. Now, regarding the migration, the thesis, this is that mainly there were, to some extent, pull factors that contributed to the booming flow through the Western Balkans. It's not just push factors, you know, because the majority of migrants were not from troubled countries. So, you know, except for Syrians, etc., but you know, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bangladesh are not in a war zone. So it's mainly pull factors. And here we have three paradoxes. If you look at the data, you know, the pull factors classically are the factors why do you want to move to some country? Either it's because of economic incentives and economic opportunities, or because of social benefits, sometimes very influential, or because of civic and human rights. Basically, you have three groups of these pull factors. And if you see, the pull factors, according to the PVCA study, have decreased substantially in the last 10 years. So economic opportunities are not so large. Even the social benefits became much lower. But still, you produce this inflow. Then the second paradox is you have this symmetry of pull factors within the EU member states. You know, some countries have larger pull factors, some countries have lower pull factors, and the nexus is west to east. We'll see that in Eastern European countries, these pull factors are not so important as in Western European countries. And then you have this, so according to Menendez, so-called asymmetrically integrated asylum policy. And this is actually one of the major problems that creates this migration flow and caused two failures of the euro. Dublin has failed and Schengen has failed to some extent. And maybe this Western Balkan flow was a large impetus for these two failures. Okay. Namely, when did Dublin collapse? You know, Dublin is when the country where you enter the EU should, you know, collect the data on you. But Dublin was politically decapitated on August 24 in 2015. By this famous statement, you know, of open borders, but it was statement by German Chancellor, the ones who will enter the EU, we will deal with their asylum applications. And this is something which is in contrary to Dublin. And it created incentives, predominantly the countries that are on Western Balkan route, to wave through the migrants. And this is why we observed those pictures. You know, just go through, you know, we should go through, and the majority of countries that cooperated on this route were trying to make an efficient transportation of these people. So coming to my border, we will put you on buses, we will put you on trains, and you will be escorted to the next border. Which is something actually that should not happen. So that countries became obsessed how efficiently they transfer the people, because they realized, all those countries realized, they were not target country, they were simply serving as transit country. The target countries were Sweden, Germany. Mostly Germany, actually, for this way. The Western Balkan wave is mostly, was mostly oriented towards Germany. And something actually that created an enormous cost. There was some estimation, for instance, for Slovenia, that direct cost of this transportation was 1% of GDP. This is only direct cost, you know. When you have the indirect cost, you can multiply by 3 to 4. So this is an enormous, you know, cost, simply because Dublin has failed, and to some extent, later on also Schengen has failed. You know, the outcome was the failure of Schengen. Because the countries realized, okay, now people are coming, but to some extent, when they might stop somewhere. But we do not want to stop there because they were targeting some other country. Now we will try actually to secure our borders. And Slovenia is Schengen border country, but it might happen to you when you travel to Austria or to Italy. They might inspect you at the border because, you know, Austria has created so-called, you know, a veto on Schengen for indefinite period. So based on their will and how they behave, they say, okay, we will check who is coming to us. But you are coming from Schengen to Schengen country, but you are checked at the border. That was a clear example of this. Okay, maybe because we are a little bit, you know, over the schedule. Now about this crisis management. The problem within this Western Balkan route, from the Slovenian national perspective, was that we didn't have any contingency plan how to deal. Central government, national government, this national level, if we look at the framework of multi-level governments, was completely surprised. They didn't expect that Hungary would actually seal the border, and that this transportation and transfer of people and this migration wave would come through our country. When the people were already there on the border, then there was a, you know, there was a, how should I say, a call to Brussels. What should we do? Well, please leverage solidarity response. And actually government did, according to this solidarity response, okay, we will, you know, accept people, and then we will see what they want to do, if they want to stay in Slovenia or they want to go out. The majority of them, 500,000, actually went through Slovenia, because only in 2015, 280 persons, and in 2016, 890 persons out of this wave actually applied for the asylum in Slovenia. So we were not a destination country. We are a destination country for migration, yes, but mostly from the people from Western Balkans. So, you know, the former Yugoslavia, as we call it, people are migrating. So we are a destination, but mostly for those people. But for this migrant wave, we are not a destination country. And supranational, you said, okay, so you have to leverage solidarity response, but okay, you are responsible, you are the bordering country. So this is a paradox, actually. You know, Europe has external Schengen border, and there's a country which has very limited capacity. And the Central European level said, okay, you are responsible. We are not Germany, it's administrative and other economic capacity, but we are much more limited in resources. And we were responsible, simply. There was one border entrance and 500,000 people walking through. What should we do in this manner? And as the government said, and notified, okay, we will send all the police to the border. We will send all the reserve police to the border. We will utilize non-profit volunteers, non-profit organizations. But later on, we should do something. And basically, we introduced technical borders to direct influx. In contrast to Hungary, which has sealed the border, we actually created technical fences and borders, but you know, to manage, so that people are not simply walking, because border with Croatia is something that is not of natural border. So it's very soft border, you can walk through, you know, there are no rivers in between. One village is Slovenia, one house is in Croatia, so you can walk through. And when we created these technical borders, mostly the villagers were hard hit and the animals. You know, because they do not know the borders, and you know, these borders were very heavy, but mostly done to actually migrate this, to manage this influx, that people enter Slovenia in 2 or 3 points, not everywhere, so that we could register. What has actually happened? Maybe we will hear also later on this, whether this was efficient multi-level governance, whether it was decoupling and layering of policies. The later on is the answer, but we will address this more in detail later on in the afternoon. But what can we assume? Actually, this Western Balkan migration wave was a clear example of failure of multi-level governance within the EU. Because all the layers of government, EU level, although responsible for migration policy, was completely reactive. National government wanted to cope with the international agreements on Schengen, on Dublin, but it was only a political perspective. Okay, they sent an army and police there, but all the registration centers became the responsibility of local communities, so municipalities, mostly the ones who were bordering. So top-down approach and transfer of responsibilities as lower as the better. But there was a backlash actually from the municipal parties, so subnational level. Why should we do it? Why not the neighboring municipality? Which is, entirely politically correct. Simply because I'm bordering municipality, why should I be responsible? This is not in my backyard principle. And this was an example actually of failure. And what has happened, there was a policy, layering of policies. There were certain policies were even decoupled. For instance, Slovenia in 2016 introduced, because the national security was threatened, completely different regulation on migrations than the one which is installed at the EU level. But because national security is threatened, so we need to know, we need to do something else, we need to do something more. Not just simply walking people and letting people walking through. So we will hear later on about this much more, because in the afternoon we will have, policy by policy description of whether it was layering. It was layering, so this is the answer. No multi-level governance in this case, complete failure. So basically this would be it. So thank you.
I would like to thank very much Professor Evsin, and we will move on straight away to Hilary Pippa, who will be looking at the overseas context.
Can everybody see me? I know I'm not very big behind the podium. Maybe I'll stand here. Right, it's a real pleasure for me to be here. I actually conducted my own studies at honours degree at the University of Malta, and then the head of the department, who's sitting right there, Kalea, had sent me to the University of Iceland to do small state studies. So really being here now is kind of the culmination of that academic experience for me. So it's a real pleasure to be giving my first lecture in Malta on this subject. I always start off my lectures in London on this subject by showing them pictures of Malta so that they can be very jealous of our sunny weather here. But I hope you'll have the chance to see some of these sites during your time here with us. Why is Malta really relevant to this conversation? Well, it's because Malta is a small state by almost any metric one would use. We avoid all discussions over definitions of small state because Malta really is on any metric. So it has a small fixed size with a population of 432,053 people in 2018 across 316 kilometers squared of land, and there are fewer than 2,000 active personnel in the military. And Malta conforms to many of the structural and economic limitations of a small state. So one finds small domestic market, limited competition possibilities, limited human capital, poor natural resources, constraints on the labour market, and insularity and remoteness due to its island status. But however, like a number of successful small states like Qatar, Singapore, and Bahrain, Malta has managed to achieve high income by leveraging its geostrategic location, its educated and specialized workforce, and its robust legal and parliamentary systems, and integrated financial sectors. Factors which it's important to be aware that not every small state has. So Malta is located, as you all know from being here, at the very heart of the Mediterranean. As Brodel once articulated, the whole Mediterranean consists of movement in space. Anything entering it, wars, shadows of war, fashions, technique, epidemics, merchandise, light or heavy, may be caught up in the flow of its lifeblood, ferried over great distances, washed ashore to be taken up again and passed on endlessly. So Malta is located at the heart of this sea, which is the meeting point of 3 continents. And whilst imperial powers thought that Malta had no real value apart from its strategic location, a lot of the case is very different today, but that location means that the migration crisis is something that we have been talking about long before the rest of Europe seems to have woken up to the fact that this is an issue. Malta is the 10th most densely populated country in the world, and its search and rescue zone is disproportionately large. It's 750 times the size of the islands, and over the past decade, Malta has received almost 18,000 migrants, so the equivalent in Britain of 2.5 million people, just to put that into context of this dense population and this huge influx. As Professor Pausch pointed out, there are very many nuanced definitions to what we talk about when we're talking about immigrants, when we're talking about immigration, so I just want to caveat that I'm speaking predominantly about the irregular immigration arrivals in Malta. Okay. So Malta has long enjoyed close relationships with many North African countries, and it's consolidated as well by membership of the Commonwealth, which allows discussions with many countries of origin of many migrants. And Malta's initiatives have taken more or less 3 forms: short-term initiatives based on crisis management and burden sharing, medium-term initiatives looking at building inclusive networks of development within countries of origin, and long-term initiatives, so multicultural policies aimed at assisting integration of immigrants into society within the Maltese Islands. If I tried to list everything that Malta has done, every initiative, obviously we would be here much longer than the short period of time that I have. And predominantly I do strategic studies, so I thought it would be more useful use of my time to give some big picture takeaways that we can get from the political upheaval, what this means strategically for Malta's position, the way Malta looks at the rest of the world. So the first point I wanted to talk about is the indisputable strain of the migration crisis on small states. So in between 2002 and 2005, there were 3,000 illegal immigrants who arrived in Malta, which was the equivalent, hypothetically, of 420,000 in Italy within the same period of time. And the foreign minister at the time, Michael Frando, stated that the current severe strains on Malta's health, employment and social services, its internal security and public order, its social fabric and on the labour market cannot be understated. At the same time, Malta's response was very just and humane. And as the boats continued to reach Maltese shores, over half of the illegal immigrants during this period were granted refugee or protected humanitarian status, and this was the highest acceptance rate in the European Union, and was seen to build on, in rhetoric in discussions at the time, on this long tradition of the Maltese providing refuge to those in need. And I've included this picture of the arrival of St. Paul's shipwreck in Malta, who historically is said to have converted the island, and in the Bible you can open it and it says Maltese showed him unusual kindness. So there's a sort of sense of long-term Christian acceptance and welcoming of the outsider. However, the strain on resources, or the perceived strain, factoring in, as Professor Papp said, the idea of perception and the cognitive revolution and the information media, so on, whether or not this strain was factual, has led to a shift and a transformation in perception by the population. So last year, the editor of the Times of Malta, Herman Grex, said that there has been a shift in Malta from the compassion shown when the first boats started landing in 2002 towards indifference, and in the last few years, outright racism among sectors of society. The issue of migration must be targeted both infrastructurally in terms of better burden sharing, therefore, but also needs to be addressed culturally through better integration policies, and I'll return to this idea shortly. Second is, the second point that I wanted to articulate is the idea of how Malta's approach to immigration fits into a wider historical and ideological narrative that has been put forward over the years. So the Maltese statesman Don Mintoff had articulated a vision of an independent neutral Malta as what he called the culture and commercial bridge linking the Arab countries within the European continent during a Labour Party meeting in 1959. When he went to China as the first Western statesman to visit in 1972, he stated in his address that we live in one of the most delicate and difficult regions of the world, where for many years now superpowers have been contending for supremacy. We live in a Mediterranean Sea which has been successfully split north and south, where war between Arabs and Israelis has been unscrupulously exploited for shameful political ends. Through his rhetoric, he was basically advocating for something that can be called Pax Mediterranea, so the idea of a collaborative exercise between nations to underwrite peace in the Mediterranean, very different to the idea of Pax Britannia or Pax Americana, where it's the might of a giant nation that's dictating whether or not there is peace. So this was a grand strategic vision of nations coming together to guarantee peace in the Mediterranean. This was done initially to prevent superpower nuclear ambitions in the Mediterranean, but the migration crisis reminds us that actually we need to return to this vision of Mediterranean peace in the whole region, so as to not only treat the socioeconomic and structural symptoms of migration, but to address it as part of a wider pursuit of peace as the long-term objective in the region. So we might be small states, but we really need to be thinking big picture is the main message of that point. Third is about what the migration crisis tells us about relationships with allies. So Professor Papp mentioned how the European grouping on this issue is pretty much disintegrating, but also traditionally it's having an impact on Malta's traditional allies. So this is a picture of the 1980s when Malta signed a security agreement with Italy, where Italy basically agreed to recognize Malta's neutrality and to provide military assistance if that was ever violated. And the second similar treaty that Malta signed a few years later was with Libya, who said the same thing: if Malta's neutrality is violated, we will provide military assistance. Now the Libyan agreement is a moot point because of the civil war, which has effectively meant that that is no longer active. And so, and at the same time, the migration crisis is causing significant problems between the Maltese and the Italian. So it's essential that there is some sort of resolution to this issue, otherwise it's going to affect Malta's also strategic security in the most basic sense. And at the moment, Malta is engaged in a bitter war of words with its traditional ally after Italy closed its port to a group of 629 migrants rescued off the coast of Libya. And Mr. Salvini was saying, here I quote, "Malta is taking nobody." Now, whilst this is not actually true, boat arrivals have dropped in Malta, but asylum applications have have remained steady, which is why we use these distinctions between what we're talking about when we talk about migrants. But the reason why boat arrivals dropped is because there was Frontex Operation Triton, which required all those rescued at sea to be taken to Italy, even if another European country such as Malta was closer. There are statements that there was an agreement between Muscat and Renzi that is never been confirmed, but there are statements that this is why this was happening. But anyway, last February, there was a new Mediterranean mission, Themis, which removed this obligation. And this is why now the immigrants are no longer only going to Italy. So Italy's current coalition government has taken a hardline stance towards migration, which has left many immigrants in diplomatic limbo. So the Aquarius crisis that was happening even up till this very week is a perfect example of this. So the main point is that it's vital for Malta and Italy to determine a more coherent and consistent approach to this diplomatic crisis. Otherwise, they're going to continue to respond in an ad hoc manner as every arrival comes. And these are just some of the headlines of the news, where you see France rejects requests from Aquarian migrant ships, Malta denies Aquarius, Aquarius futures at sea as Panama revokes the ship's flag, migrants from Aquarius leave Malta for Luxembourg. So it's just a constant battle over who's going to take these people in whilst they're sitting literally on the ships. My fourth point is a point about power, which feeds into my own research on grand strategy and power dynamics of small states. And basically, it argued in classical theory, Hobbes states that in the nature of man, we find three principles of quarrel: competition, dividends, and glory. The first invades for gain, the second for safety, and the third for reputation. And my main argument is that for small states, we're not going to gain territory or be the richest, but we can focus on the third of these, which is reputation, which is where small states stand to gain. It's put very well by Durkheim, who says as long as there are states, there will be national pride, but societies can have their pride not in being the greatest or the wealthiest, but being the most just, the best organized, possessing the best moral constitution. So what this means essentially is that where great powers are about being a state to be reckoned with, for small states they gain influence, they gain political currency through having a positive reputation, through being the leader in a field. And for Malta, this has been put forward as presenting itself as this Mediterranean peaceful interlocutor. We're going to bring about peace in the Mediterranean. We're a Mediterranean bridge. In the Council of Europe in 1964, Prime Minister George Borch-Olivier stated that whilst as a European country sharing a common culture, history, and way of life, we naturally gravitate towards Europe, our geographical position makes us aware of the importance of North Africa. And statements like this have been coming continuously over the years, as recently as Prime Minister Joseph Muscat stating last year that Malta has the vocation to serve as a bridge between Europe and the southern shores of the Mediterranean. And there are many more. Malta as a voice of the Arab world in the European Union, vocation to serve as a Mediterranean bridge. Malta wishes to be considered by all stakeholders in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as a bridge builder. This is our vocation. So it's constantly in the rhetoric that Malta wants to be seen as this Mediterranean bridge. And this is what Alison Hillsbough's declared strategy. So it's meant to create policy consensus around this mission. And for the most part, this is done. We see that, for instance, diplomatic mediation efforts are held in the Mediterranean. We see Malta deploy its armed forces in support of search and rescue operations. And in particular, through search and rescue, we see that although Malta is a neutral nation, it can still contribute to being an active player for security in the region. The problem is that Malta is finding it hard to balance being seen as a bridge between cultures and a literal bridge to Europe. So how does it balance these two elements of its bridge strategy? So when Malta joined the European Union, it was kind of a turning point for our country. It was kind of a movement away from some questionable relationships abroad in the 1980s to being part of this international community, this international alliance, where it could kind of reap rewards and sow seeds of its own design. But international status seeking, this pursuit of reputation and prestige that I've been talking about, cannot be separated from domestic legitimation. And Malta has a patchy record on migration, which is prospectively undermining the success of its status-seeking pursuits abroad. So, for example, in 2015, Malta was ranked an EU slacker in development and humanitarian aid by the European Council on Foreign Relations. The pushback of immigrants as recently as this year, in June, the 2018 Aquarius crisis, demonstrates that Malta may not be as sincere about its humanitarian vocation as its politicians declare. And its pious vision, what it's declaring, is not necessarily being backed up by what is actually being done in practice. Also, the Cash for Passport scheme, as it's been nicknamed, Malta's individual investor program, has received criticism. The leader of the opposition said that we cannot, on the one hand, sell passports and say we need more migrants to work here, but at the same time say we will not let in people fleeing conflict. So there's an ongoing debate about this disconnect and how Malta presents itself while still trying to balance humanitarian concern, political demands, and so forth. So what is certain is that if doubt is cast on the integrity of the political elite because of this, then this runs contrary to the image of an honest broker, of an interlocutor, as a mediator that Malta is trying to put itself forward as. So this will affect its reputation, and if Hobbes was right and reputation is the currency of power that small states have, then obviously this will completely undermine what Malta is trying to achieve abroad. My next point contends with the Libya crisis, because I don't think it's possible to stand here and talk about immigration to Malta without making reference to it. Migrant arrival numbers were slowly falling from 775 in 2008 to only 47 in 2010. But with the unrest in the Middle East in 2011, these numbers soared. And in just one day, in April 2011, 816 African refugees arrived from Libya. So just to put that into perspective. And immigration was already a sore point for the Maltese. So in 2002, Malta introduced a National Refugee Commissioner's Office to process asylum claims. This was part of our accession into the EU. But it reached new heights in 2011 as a result of the Libyan conflict and continued to swell as the second civil war erupted. Now in 2016, Prime Minister Joseph Muscat was the first head of government to visit Libya after the formation of the UN-backed Libya Unity Government. As Malta is closer to Tripoli than Tripoli is to Benghazi. So with Libya bordering 6 other nations, its geographic location alone makes it highly susceptible to migration, and the political crisis, tribal fragmentation, terrorist infiltration, and rampant smuggling have left it a hotbed of fierce migratory challenges. So until peace is brokered in Libya, Malta will continue to suffer long-term impact on its trade, security prospects, and the socioeconomic strains borne by immigration. This is why Malta is remaining actively observant of what is going on in the situation in Libya. This tweet is as recent as 1st September 2018, and it's talking, and it's because Malta is aware that unless political talks are held and all stakeholders are taken into account in Libya, the migration crisis will continue. So again, it returns to this idea that we need to also treat the source. We need to see how we can contribute to mediation efforts at the sites of origin. Finally, I wanted to return to my initial point, and a point that Professor Page really stressed, which is the need for better integration policies. So in 2014, Malta launched its first integration policy, and civil service have been really good about contributing to raising funds, managing donations, local parishes take in refugee families. But often assistance is limited to urgent aid as opposed to integration policies amongst the population. And one of these aspects that is worth mentioning when we're talking about Malta is the notion of religion as a homogeneous nation where almost the entire population is Roman Catholic. There has been a struggle to integrate and to accept other religions. To the fore, we see that, for example, Muslims have been struggling to find a long-term space to pray. There is a mosque in Malta, but their applications for venues to hold prayers have been turned down for over 18 years. And talks are still underway in finding a long-term solution. This has led to conflict amongst the population over time. And a 2017 survey revealed that the Maltese are split right down the middle on a proposal to teach Islam in state schools, and confirms a mistrust of the Islamic religion to the extent that only 20% said they would vote for a Muslim candidate in a general election compared to 30% who would vote for an atheist candidate. And so the main point that I want to get at here is that until serious attempts are made to overcome what is in Malta a monocultural mindset, xenophobia will continue to grow. And we saw in the last couple of years the emergence of a new far-right group, the Patriotti Maltese, as they call themselves, patriotic Maltese. And this is starting to reflect a trend seen further abroad in Europe to do with which could be counteracted potentially through better integration policies, which are seriously amiss in Malta. So, as my note of conclusion, it's essentially that the Mediterranean and Malta is facing a host of security issues, not only to do with the migration crisis, but terrorism, religious intolerance, human rights infringement. And essentially the Mediterranean must no longer remain the dividing line between rich north and poor south, as has been the case historically. Otherwise, these will continue to be a vicious cycle of instability in the long term. And so until we shore up lasting relationships and try and address issues at the source of origin, and that's more of a big picture approach, not just treating the symptoms, the migration crisis will unfortunately only continue. Thank you.
So I'd like to thank Hilary Griffer for our speech for the first session. We are pressed by time, and so what I would recommend is that we have a first and a single round of questions, and if there are any follow-up questions or a discussion coming from the answers, if we can then have them during the coffee break on a one-to-one basis, it will make sure that we don't eat up into the second session. So if anyone has any questions, we'll take a round and then go over to the panel. Yes?
Well, I think we will lose extra time again because of technology. My name is Maria Corey from the University of Malta, Electrical Photography. I have a comment particularly related to issues of integration. It's only partly that we can explain the lack of integration of migrants in Maltese society because of the culture or religious affiliation. This year, the University has published a recent publication, which was actually 2017 reach. Integration of migrants depends heavily on the education of the local population. And the graph shows Malta as a clear outlier in terms of percentage of population born in Malta, 25 to 54 years of age, who have only lower level of secondary education, more than 50% of such educated persons in the country. And at the same time, Malta is the highest recipient of immigrants of non-EU origin who also have the lowest level of education, being 0 to 2 level of scale. So that as such is a precondition, apart from those two that you mentioned, which explains really and truly why the integration of migrants is going so slow. And the experience of Brexit shows something similar to the UK, which of course has been exactly.
Okay, thank you. We have another discussion.
I have two questions, one for Roderick. Roderick, you pointed out that EU initiatives on the external front are destined to fail in practice. I think this is a little bit of a exaggeration. I don't know. I'm not able to look with the crystal ball, even for the short time period. But I think that looking to the past, to the last few years, we could say that, for example, the agreement of EU with Turkey is quite successful and is continuing to be quite successful. And also we have the Morocco-Spain agreement for the last years ago, it was also quite successful. So how do you base these difficulties which we'll have in the near future due to the domestic scene, as you pointed out, of the EU, or due to the external factors? My second point is to Kenneth. If I followed you quite well, you said that the big member states have the strength, you mentioned the status, and the weak member states of the EU are not able to accept influence due to their weakness. Am I right?
I said that certain great power, larger states can exert influence through material sources, so through money, through resources, so on. For small states where they have to exert influence through reputation. Okay. But the two can be linked. If you have more resources, you can get more reputation.
I'm not sure if this is the case as far as the small states in the European Union is concerned. The small states, they have also the strength of their weakness. And due to the decision making of the European Union, are able to accept influence, making alliances, or even blackmailing. And this includes also the migration issue, as I tried to point out in my presentation.
Yes. First of all, I would like to congratulate the last speaker for the comprehensive presentation. However, I would suggest that she should make a distinction between two different categories of small states. In that I can understand perfectly that for a country like Malta, there is no point to try something else in order to foster its interest and its reputation, because it's
so small that it's so small that it cannot defend itself. There are small states that opt to defend themselves because they are a little larger, and therefore they don't need to go for the reputation. The reputation is a way out, a second best, a third best. The first best would be to defend yourself. That's the case of Israel that I'm going to speak about later, or in the event also Switzerland. This is what Switzerland tries to think of.
Yeah, I think there was a question, so we can now hand over to the floor. I don't know what you want to do in sequence.
Very quickly, with respect to the studies on education and migration, I have come in contact with studies which were carried in Malta, which showed that the most educated people in Malta are against people of different cultures. To put it mildly, they reject the most educated people in Malta. They tend to reject more people of a different culture. Which, if this is true, it throws another light, rather than we are mal-educated or poorly educated in general. It shows another aspect, which I think we should look at. I'm not saying this is right and you are wrong. It's still open, but we should look at this aspect as well. About external, yes, the external policies. Yes, what the European Union is concluding with other countries are what I would generally put under the heading of incomplete contracts, which rely a lot on the political will to implement. And the advantageous person, like persona, not but member of this is not the European Union, but the countries who are signing these agreements. Why? Because they have no interest in stopping emigration, but the European Union has shown its interest and vitally and strongly has looked for this of stopping immigration. Now, this is where the two partners in these agreements differ markedly. One has an interest in the agreement, the other one does not. As long as the money flows and it is useful for these countries, they are going to say yes without really taking any action to stop the migration or to comply. But in the long term, and I am not crystal ball gazing, there are all the elements in these arrangements for failure. That is why I think and argue that having a strong and internal migration policy is a better assurance to know what to do with these people when they come to us than trying to stop them in the borders. Apart from the other considerations of human rights and so on, which I have no time to go into.
Maybe I was, one comment would be this, maybe I was a little bit surprised at this data that we have for Malta, this attitude toward the migrants, because there was a study done in Slovenia, and okay, Michael, I'm a little bit paranoid, okay, no problem. It's quite surprising because there was a study done in Slovenia on the public attitude towards the migrants, and there was no, let's say, statistically significant difference on the attitudes towards the migration that happened in 1992 to 1995. Namely, we had the first wave of migration during the Balkan Wars, where also people were walking on foot to the Western Europe, partially to our country, then to the next, and towards the migrants coming now. So this is, from the street level. The attitudes, people are not, these are people that they need help. Then it's how actually, let's say, the political support and also the economic and physical support comes from the European Union, from the national government. And this is basically what is happening. If they would, provide some support, okay, the attitudes would not create this, street level discussions and discourses on this issue. So maybe this would be a comment and our experience.
Yeah, I completely agree about the points in terms of about education and so on. I voted on the Brexit referendum in the UK, which is very depressing, and I completely subscribe to what you were saying. In terms of the comment about essentially what is a question about small states and power, and I think we could have a longer conversation about asymmetric power dynamics and how to overcome them and so on, but because this conference was about migration, what I tried to do was essentially take, and my presentation was about Malta, so I was taking the theory that I felt applied to Malta. My main argument was that for countries such as Malta, where, as we seem to have agreed, the currency of influence is the basis of their reputation, basis of their international standing, then the impact of questionable decisions based on migration, such as pushback, such as selling passports and so on, has an impact on then the reputation of currency that Malta has internationally. And to the second part of your question, actually, I didn't have time to talk about it, but I actually had a point at the end, which was a bonus point that I would have made, was that small states can overcome some of these individual weaknesses through international institutions in addressing the issue, and about how Malta contributes to ventures such as the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership, the EU Neighbourhood Policy, the 5+5 Dialogue, the Parliamentary Centre of the Mediterranean is based in Malta. So actually, I completely agree that it's through international institutions that the dynamics then change in how a state responds to the issue. But in terms of domestic policy for a country such as Malta, it's not going to be able to gain influence through its necessarily its territory or its natural resources, but through its reputation as its currency. And that was the point that I was trying to make.
Okay, that's brilliant. I'd like to thank all the speakers this morning. It's been an exceptionally interesting session. We've only eaten into coffee time by a couple of minutes, so I think we'll try and keep the coffee down to 15 minutes. So thank you everyone. Coffee is downstairs in the place where the coffee was this morning, so you can enjoy that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
table, yes,
Yes.
from here.
Okay. For projection, if I use my laptop, how
Yes.
can we complete for the
So they have, you mean you want to,
yes, the fund is here, this
wants to show the same thing or to show different
yeah,
things?
different.
Different things. Of course, you can have one of them will be connected to the projector.
Okay,
And that we have to use.
connected.
You can have ours.
Second one, for example, if I use from the speakers,
You can have the actual wire, but then if it is this transformer, you have to bring from your end. Because that's with the
we
laptop.
have only one connecting cable. Then another second cable for the second.
To get it to just plug it in is not a problem. Or
Okay.
to plug it with the projector, I don't know. I have to ask the technician about
Yeah,
it.
there's an-
Because usually we all have one
Bir
laptop with the
monitörün iki
projector.
ayrı şey verilmesi.
As far as I know, so far we
Yeah.
always had one
Yeah.
laptop connecting to the projector. The other one would be used, for example, by the moderator, but not showing, different things.
Short film about satellite economy from Malta to China.
Okay.
If I use that stick here, she told me for another moderator can do from our laptop speed. Do you get speed?
Okay, so what we
Without,
can do,
without.
so what we can do, we can just remove the laptop from here. There's no laptop on the board. And there's the laptop only there. Because then even for the presentations, we can give a clicker.
Okay.
And people without, they can move around, they
Okay.
just click,
Okay.
and they don't have to have the laptop in front of them if they want. So the laptop we can actually prepare it on the table. It's not a problem. I would suggest having the moderator to be here, so it's closer. If anything happens, or sometimes they do signals to each other, that would be easy.
Yeni mi getirmişler? Ha.
And that's them to give you the clicker as well.
O zaman bizde 3 tane konuşma var. İsimliği var. Çevirmemiz gerekirse. Doğrular bir şey. Bir de birilerinin oturduğum ekranda durdurmuş. Evet.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
you know, like alcoholic people, like they try to stop themselves, and it's the same.
We like it now to be offered, but for me it makes a big difference. You get overstressed by it. Hyper, and also I couldn't like focus so much.
I just have thought like, I mean, I think Smith and also that the whole, these are like ground, so they are beans, but then they ground them in front of you, if you choose how to manage it, what you want, and yeah, I just thought it would be like, just to show you.
I know it's good.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna go down and see what they have.
okay.
Something.
coffee for you? Do you have the Wi-Fi?
Yeah, there's Wi-Fi from the university.
Do you have it?
No.
Because you're a student. I mean, I'm a teacher. But mine doesn't work.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you're starting next week, right? Me too, that's why I said here. I want to listen to the part about Greece, for sure, and then...
Do you know Carlos?
Yes, no, not the guy in the suit. I know another person with him.
Oh, yes,
No, yeah, the security something, yeah.
I haven't met him.
Because I was also in like this training in Lesbos lately, and he was one of the trainers or whatever.
And the other guy? I met before. He's kind of like quasi no. Not really.
don't touch it. And you have a lot of 4% chance that it will come out. Or no. In the reality, I have to respect the heart. Yeah, well, you don't have to. Yeah, more and more because of what happens.
Everyone sign the attendance, please. Sorry. Is there someone who hasn't signed the attendance sheet, please? Someone who came late? No? Okay.
Okay, please. First I would like to invite those who take part in this panel to come forward and sit next to me, Professor Tobias, Professor Aranopoulos, and let me see if I have, no, everyone is here. And next to me we have Professor Bermeo Casar from the Juan Carlos University in Spain. And now, we are a bit, let me see how we are for time, because we will have to catch up. Yeah, we are on time, yeah. Near the zone, half an hour late. I will go straight to the point and ask Professor Haralambos, who Tsardividis, who is an old friend of mine, very familiar with Malta. This is coincidental that he's here. He's here not because he's a friend of mine, but because he was on the project. And but we've known each other for some time. To make his presentation on Greece's challenges associated with the refugee crisis in the Mediterranean. Professor Tsardividis is also a professor of the University of Aegean. So he belongs to an educational institution which is perfectly in the front line of some of the migration issues that we have been reading about in the media lately. Okay, please,
Thank you, Roderick. And I'm very happy that I'm participating in this project, which I think is quite interesting and challenging. So, speaking about challenges, this is the title of my presentation, Great Challenges Associated with the Refugee Crisis in the Mediterranean. And in 2000, I have published with Russell King from the University of Bristol an editing volume which the title was South European States and Migration Policies, El Dorado or Fortunes. So I could say after 20 years that they are both, as it is considered by people outside of Europe. It's an El Dorado, and at the same time, it's a focus. I'm not hearing. Now, do you hear me? Do you hear me? Okay. So this is my parts, the parts of my presentation. I will be very brief, say some things about migration and foreign policy. Then I will focus on the main characteristics of the refugee crisis of 1995 in Greece. And then I say some things about the following phases of the refugee crisis up to now. And as I try to make some conclusions. So coping with migration, there were, in the beginning of the century, new challenges for Greek foreign policy in two aspects. Migration as a threat to national security, especially from the influx of about 800,000 to 1 million people, mainly coming from Albania. And then another aspect was, in the context of foreign policy, if Greece has used migration issue as a tool for foreign policy, especially for a small state, it would consider Greece as a small state, although in European terms it's a medium-sized state. So I could, this is more or less well known, that migration is considered as a threat to national identity, especially from ultra-Orthodox people and from the church. There were some consideration that penetrates the Greekness and the proud of being a Greek, of national identity, migration. Also, there was a threat to economic well-being. This refers to the labor cost and unemployment, which in the beginning of the 20th century started to increase in Greece. Then we have the xenophobia issue and the perception of the public that there was a threat to political stability. And then, of course, you know that this was proved in the national elections, that the extreme right has been increased. Now the Nazi, pro-Nazi, I would say, although they don't admit that, the Golden Dawn is, according to the polls, some of the polls, the third party, and it is the third party in the parliament. So we had the most extreme right-wing political party in Europe. And then there are consequences of regulating, legalizing, and also giving citizens to migrants. there were 3 regulation schemes in Greece, as I think also in Spain. There were 3 rounds of regulation, or 4, I'm not sure about that. So legalizing at least the migrants working in Greece. And now the new government in 2015, under some conditions, could give the Greek citizenship to especially to the 2nd generation migrants, which was a question. So about foreign policy as a tool of migration, there is the enforcing stricter border regimes and better control instruments. This is the externalization. Prevention and intervention strategy to restrain migration, negotiating treaties or agreements with other countries. Also using the expansion tool, which Greece has used as far as the Albanian migrants, at least in the first 5 years of the 90s. And also addressing the economic, social, and political consequences of the certain countries. For example, making some deals for free trade, or giving some incentives for foreign direct investments, or giving development, especially to the Balkan countries, in order of increasing the political and economic stability of these countries. And negotiating bilateral agreements for the regulation of migration. And of course, one of the objectives of Greek policy was to participate in the regional and EU schemes for regional integration and cooperation as far as confronting the migration issue in all the aspects, if it is bilateral with the EU through the European neighbourhood policy, or it was multilateral through the Euro-Mediterranean policy. So I'm focusing on in my 2nd part of the presentation, which I think is most interesting. You know, the main characteristics of the refugee crisis in 2015 was that it happened, at least in Greece or in other countries, on the same time with acceleration of the economic crisis. At the same time, in 2015, the new government of the right-wing Syriza with the right-wing party coalition formed the government, and they had a different agenda, completely different agenda in many issues from the previous governments on negotiating agreement with the EU. So at that time, we had also the refugee crisis of 2015, and there was a large and upward flow of war refugees, especially from Syria. So you see that in Greece, in 2015, almost 800,000 people passed through the Greek islands, through the Balkan corridor, to Austria, Germany, and Sweden. And the question is for me, which I never had an answer from many specialists about that. Why this happened in 2015 and not in 2013 or 2014? Why so many people decided to cross, putting their life in danger through the Greek islands and go to Europe? Of course, there were push factors. There were in Syria had been accelerated. The life in the refugee camps was not very good, and some of the NGO at that time had decided to stop humanitarian aid to these refugee camps in Jordan, in Lebanon, even in Turkey, and this was one of the push factors. But why then? The war in Syria started in 2011. So I tried to give some explanation about that, which has to do also with push factors. So, of course, another characteristic is that the EU was divided along new fault lines. There were responsible members, like Germany, or even like Sweden, and the backpassers, who were not willing to accept any Belgian sharing scheme, like Hungary and Slovakia and other countries. You see here in the cartoon what I wanted to say. So I divide the reaction of Greece as a small state, and I focus on securitization of the refugee crisis in 3 phases. From January 2015 until September 2015 is the phase of political voluntarism, or the phase of the Europeanization of the Greek migration policy, or refugee policy. The second phase is from September 2015 to March 2016, the phase of the adaptation to reality. And since March 2016, this is the month when we have the EU-Turkey agreement on refugees, the phase of building the discourse of the weak member states. I think the most important one is the first, when we have this attitude of government of Syriza and Anel, this is the right-wing party coalition, to deal with the refugee crisis as a tool first of pressing the creditors, the Troika, the debtors, for more concessions, that is through linking the refugee crisis with the negotiations going on in Brussels, if there were negotiations, by threatening, and there are some comments from the Greek Ministry of Defense, some statements, that we are going to send all these people to Germany unless you make consensus. And between them, this, and I'm quoting here now, between them there are some jihadists. So by using the tool of refugees crisis, of pressing its debtors, of making concessions. This is the externalization process. The second is by this way, because what was in reality the policy of Greece at that time, of considering all the migrants coming through the islands as economic refugees, not making a distinction between migrants, economic migrants and forced migrants, or people who are eligible of having protection as a refugee, and according to the European law and international law. So everybody was free to come and pass through Greece without any real control. There was some controls, but they were free to move from the islands to the mainland and then through the Balkan corridor. And this was the policy of Syriza, because Syriza, as a left-wing party, in its campaign and its political program, this is why the grassroots people were believing. Among them was my son, and we had some fights in the house when we start. That all the people should move freely, and all the people are people, even if they are migrants, they are eligible of passing through Greece. They are refugees, in other words. They are in danger of their lives. So, by this way, the then minister, who was for migration, Mrs. Christodoulou, she was an activist, and all the time about insisting on this kind of policy. And in practice, it happened. By why? Because the government was using this kind of crisis in order to press the European states. and also at the same time satisfying the grassroots of the party, who were believing sincerely in this kind of policy. So two things, one thing in two, this is the internalization process of the refugee crisis. But this happened only for 6 months, because as you see in the cartoon, Greece was not able to press the European Union and IMF and European Central Bank with this kind of policies. And they used another tool, which I'm not going to point out here, energy security, trying to have an agreement with Russia as far as energy is concerned for the South Pole. All these three failed, but they failed to negotiate efficiently. And so in July 2015, there was a U-turn in their policy, and we're entering the second phase from September 2015 until March 2016. How long time I have? I have 10 minutes or less than that?
We have about 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. So the second phase is adaptation to the reality, not only to the economic crisis, but also as far as the refugee crisis is concerned. Due to the development of the refugee crisis per se, for example, we have the coordination of Austria with the other Visegrad countries, and so when Hungary closed its frontier and the others followed, like Serbia, and also what we call it Northern Macedonia, if they vote next Sunday in the referendum for adopting the name of Northern Macedonia. So the Balkan corridor closed, and also we have the change of the refugee policy following in this track the agreements with EU and IMF for a new bailout program and a revised energy security policy, abandoning the Russians and adopting the United States policy. So this created, in the beginning, the closure of the Balkan corridor, some fears of negative consequences for the Greek foreign policy in the Balkans. Isolation. There was a danger of putting out Greece from the second agreement. There was such a discussion. And then we have the EU-Turkey agreement as far as Syrian refugees is concerned. So we are entering, sorry. Don't count 3 seconds, please. The phase of the weak member. A new narrative, a new discourse appeared after the agreement with EU-Turkey. The new arrivals have increased rapidly, but there was a problem for the people, refugees, who stayed in Greece and were not able anymore to go to the north. So they created a new narrative, the narrative of the weak member states, where we are actually bankrupt, it's argued. So we need money to deal with the refugee crisis and with the economic crisis. And so if you want to have stability in Southeastern Europe, and because Greece is in the epicenter of a semi-cycle of fire, coming from Ukraine, Turkey, the Middle East, Syria, Egypt, so we are in this epicenter and we want assistance. So this is a new phase of re-Europeanization as far as the Greek policy is concerned, not only in foreign policy, but also in the refugee crisis policy. And there is an uploading process of the refugee crisis for another time, but not pressing the Europeans in linking legal policy, but of uploading in order to have much more money and assistance. Because after all the asylum seekers in Greece are nowadays more or less about 70,000 people. 70,000 people is more than the Olympic Stadium in Athens could have attendance. So also Greece tried to have some coordination with other countries, like the South European countries, which they had some summits between themselves, and one of the main issues is migration. So my conclusions. Greece's different peers has chosen to follow different policies of securitization as far as refugee crisis is concerned. Securitization is coming through politics of high-risk policy, the first phase, the Europeanization, and securitization through adaptation to EU reality, and that we have also a re-Europeanization phase. There is dependency from EU and EU-Turkey relationship. Greece is unable to alter its geography or have the human side alone. And today there are more than 60,000 asylum seekers. More are in the eastern, 70,000 as you see, are in the eastern Aegean islands. In Lesbos, only 10,800, where the hotspot capacity is only 7,000. So we have a humanitarian crisis now in the Greek islands. I don't know how it's possible to deal with that. And there are, of course, serious dilemma and problems with managing this issue. But also Greece, as a small country, uses the tool of the strength of the weak. As I pointed out, so I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tsargounides, for the very insights which you gave us on the Greek situation and how it faces the challenge it faces of migration. And I really like your observation about the approach of the weak, that is taking the position of the weak. I have another way of saying that, which is the same one, which is the importance of being unimportant. That is always a good negotiating stance to take towards the states. I never liked the megalomaniac type of grand designs for small states. Always keep a low profile with these diplomatic prowess. Okay, now I introduce the next speaker, who is Professor Alfred Tobias from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Professor Tobias is a very well-known and respected international scholar and writer. I must say, I have known his works for many years, from my academic infancy, I would say. And he is always very interesting to have on it, because he knows how to question what people think beyond questionable at times. And that sets your mind thinking. Professor Tobias is also the co-chair of the Israeli Association of the Study of European Integration and the Jean Monnet Chair. Please, Professor Tobias, he is going to speak about the rich small states and migration pressure. He is comparing the cases of Israel and Switzerland.
It's not The only thing I will look is the papers at the end. No, it's not a problem. So you have it. Okay. So, good morning to everybody here. The idea that led me, a political economist that I am, not an expert in security, to give a thought about two small states I know particularly well, namely Israel and Switzerland, in their relationship to inward migration, the subject of my talk, is my current and present suspicion that the application of the so-called fourth freedom in the EU by tearing down remaining obstacles to the movement of workers among 31 very different labor markets so as to complete the single market, I contend that this was a bridge too far. I say 31 labor markets, not 28, because I include 3 European Economic Area members, and in fact, for all purposes, one must speak of 32 labor markets because Switzerland must be counted on in my computation. So on this I will speak more later, but let's start now. The creation of a real single market in the EU conceived as the application of the so-called four freedoms, goods, services, capital, and manpower, of movement over more than one national Westphalia type of state, was in vogue, in fashion, in the late 1980s and the 1990s, particularly in Western Europe. What has happened to this dream? At the time, not only the business community of all Europe, but also consumer associations and even labor unions were all in favor of opening up their national economies to the winds of continental competition. Optimism prevailed in that it was thought that a single market is an engine of growth and a win-win proposition. In the mid-1980s, the champions of these ideas were, of course, UK's Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, but also the President of the European Commission, Jacques Delors, who made the main task of his new European Commission in 1985 to complete the European single market by 1992. Business elites everywhere, including in the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Austria, and Switzerland was not even an EU member state, were enthusiastic backers of the idea. While the United Kingdom and Switzerland rejected any idea of further developments of the European integration process, they were all for their country being part of the single market, at least. And in Israel, there were many, including important people in the government and less important people like me, that were all to make possible Israel to be also part of the single market. 3 decades after, the national communities of the states mentioned, as well as Hungary and Austria, seem to turn their backs to the free movement of people, even among seemingly culturally similar national identities. There is a wide consensus among researchers that one of the main reasons for Brexit was the arrival after 2004 of Eastern European immigrants settling for work in the United Kingdom. But also the referendum in Switzerland won by those against free movement of people and obliging the Swiss Federal Council to find a solution in relation to EU citizens is another example. Even freedom of movement of short-term service providers across the EU 28 is being questioned, as protests against the Polish plumber in France shows. How to explain this change of or in the national mood? First, a minor reminder. Until the law 1992's program, there was no real single market for labor, even if officially inscribed in the Treaty of Rome's Article 48. It is really the completion of the single market program by the end of last century that changed substantially the situation. It consisted in eliminating huge barriers to intra-EU labor movements, like mutual recognition of professional competence, making transferable social security rights, access to health services, and so on. However, note that nobody mentioned, nor were there included in the Maastricht Treaty, provisions to compensate all those groups that would lose from the creation of the EU single market. It is that negligence or aloofness of governments that leads me to think that given the inexistence of those provisions, European citizens, if asked at that time by referendum, would not have accepted the principle of a unified labor market. The purpose of freedom of movement is to integrate, hence fuse separate markets by arbitrage into one single market. From economics, we deduct that fusion will have been accomplished when eventually one price will prevail across the geographical area covered by the 32 single market members. Abstraction made of possible natural obstacles, but not anymore artificial ones. That obviously means, as highly likely, that the price of labor in the richest member states will be pressed downward. Of course, we are still very far from that. Jacques Peltmans, in his well-known textbook of European economic integration, states that there is no EU labor market to speak of even after 1992. He reminds us that, for instance, there is no union-wide access to social security, and that there are many other disincentives to migrate from one member state to another. Never mind these objections. It is a well-known fact, and you know it all, that in the last decade, intra-EU migration flows have increased by leaps and bounds, essentially for two reasons. First, the 2004, 2007, and 2013 EU enlargement. And second, the Great Recession of 2008, leading mainly to migration flows from Southern Europe to Northern Europe. In sum, since 2004, we observe east-west and south-north intra-EU migration flows having notably increased. Now, that brings me very quickly to speak briefly about the modern theory of free trade in goods, and then speaking to you about what I think is the audacity in the Treaty of Rome. The modern theory of free trade, that one of Heckscher or Ohlin, two Swedish economists, who assumes that there are two factors of production, capital and labor, says that whereas free trade in goods is welfare enhancing for both partner countries as a whole, of the two factors of production in the model, either capital or labor, there is one of the two that is going to suffer because one of the two factors gains, but the other factor loses out of the move to free trade. Now, in order to escape from this bad news, as I say in the papers, that Heckscher or Ohlin brought to those who had believed very strongly on free trade as a panacea for everybody, there are ways to get out by saying, first, you can always use the fiscal system to compensate those who lose, something that in practice is not being done. And second, that three minor arguments being used is that social democratic policies in some countries of the West has made of workers also capitalists by obliging them to save by law for their health and future pensions. So in rich countries, the losers from free trade, namely the workers, would gain as capitalists from moving in the direction of free trade. Or it is said in rich countries, workers could be retrained and educated so as to accumulate human capital and become human capital rich and escape from the conundrum. Or that in modern economies there was a non-tradable sector mainly devoted to services such as health, education, distribution, public service, not suffering from international competition, to which losers could be directed to preserve their employment and or previous wage levels. By and large, this is what governments relied on to make further trade liberalization in goods and by extension services over time inside the EU but also in the WTO palatable, if not acceptable, to the electorates. Now, the incredible audacity, what I call the incredible audacity of the Treaty of Rome. What was really, in my view, quite revolutionary in the 1957 Treaty of Rome, creating the EEC, was that one of the goals of the treaty was to have one labor market across 6 original member states, excluding only national civil service jobs. This is what Article 48 of the Treaty of Rome was contemplating when it approved the freedom of movement of workers. In fact, the common objective was not only to create a customs union for goods and a free trade area for services, leading to one single market for goods and services, but also the creation of a so-called common market, leading to the unification of 6 labor and capital markets. Nowadays, we are speaking of the unification not of 6, but of 28 labor and capital markets. And if all goes smoothly, the end game should be one single hourly wage rate for a given job or task across the 32 member states of the single market, namely the 28 plus Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and plus Switzerland, which for the matter of the single market in labor is part of it. Even if we are still far from that, this should be the end destination. It is obvious that the unification of labor markets is bound to leave many more people on the side of losers than in the case of having only free trade in goods and services. And this was clearly not well thought through at the time, namely the 50s. Probably the founders of the EEC thought really that people in the 6 were not very eager to move. They assumed people did not have the instruments for successful migration to another member states, the right age, the right education, the right knowledge of languages, and so on. At the time as well, migration was a family decision, very far from being an individual decision as more likely today. Not to speak about time and money to commute or to communicate back home. Emigration, in other words, for most, would be a dangerous proposition, a kind of adventure. The then leaders of the generous idea of proposing free movement must have also counted on the lack of information of people about job openings, working conditions, social security, legal system, and seniority of potential migration inside the common market to use the new freedom. In other words, they must have thought that the freedom of movement was more theoretical than practical, aesthetic feature of the Treaty of Rome, no more. No need to tell you that maybe they were right in the 1950s to think so. Of course, not now, 6 decades after. At this stage, I want only to remind you here that in 1992, already, when the Swiss people organized a referendum to decide if they wanted to accept the proposal made by the Swiss government to enter the European Economic Area, the resulting vote of the people was against it, mainly because the European Economic Area contemplated the free movement of people between the EU and Switzerland. In fact, at the time, more than 15% of the resident population in Switzerland was foreigners. I was one of them, mainly hailing from the European Union.
people spoke at the time with a term in German called Überfremdung, over-foreignization, an excess of foreigners. That was the time of the so-called Schwarzenbach Initiative. Now, I want to develop here the next title about the fourth freedom, a Eurosceptic view. Was the fourth freedom accepted democratically in 1955-57? Ask yourself this. Surely not. It was imposed from above, but it should have been submitted to much more scrutiny in national parliaments in view of the possibility that the Treaty of Rome, observed, contemplated already in Article 235 that the EEC that was being created could legally be expanded beyond 6 members to all European countries. In fact, all the members of the Council of Europe, including Turkey. So to this author, which I am, this seems to me unbelievable. These people sitting around in Rome, signing a treaty saying we are going to have 4 freedoms, and this association of 6 countries can eventually include countries like Turkey. Now, I cannot understand how they didn't see that. This is my controversy. It is true that there was no questioning of the 4th freedom until the Eastern Enlargement in 2004. The main reason was that there had not been, in practice, a migration crisis as an outcome of the Southern Enlargement of 1981 till 1986. Not only this, there were no social media then as they exist now. So the question of migration, as you know, that's the problem, everybody understands this, can be easily politicized. For instance, I pretend that if I would be a populist, I would say today that the 4th freedom of 1957 was imposed by elites and academia, which was a fact. And someone is going to write, how come we have this thing? The Hungarian parliament did vote on this. Okay. There is a doctrinal element here that is not well understood. Economic liberalism involves, among others, equality of opportunity, but this is only reserved to nationals of that state, that is, its citizens. When one says there is equality of opportunity in, say, Sweden, the one speaking means for all Swedish citizens. If the nation state extends it to non-citizens, that is the other European country citizens, it is extending a right without many corresponding obligations. For example, Swedish obligatory military service, something noted down by some anti-immigration people. Switzerland and Israel, for example, have both obligatory military service. The burden of national defense lies entirely on its citizens. Note that in the case of Israel, we have already big controversies as a result of the fact that not all its citizens are called to serve for political reasons. Orthodox Jews, Arab Israelis. Now imagine now that to those 2 categories, another one would be added, namely legal migrants. That would exacerbate the controversy. Okay? And more generally, I have a theoretical question to ask you. Can there be free movement of labor between 2 or more countries if there is no common demos? After all, laws on social security, taxation of labor, income tax, military service, and so on, are decided democratically in a democratic parliament. So, in my opinion, this debate is going to appear sooner or later. Now, in my paper, because I have no doubt, how much time do you have? Roderick?
Just about 5 minutes.
Huh?
About 5 minutes more.
Well, 5 minutes. So, in my paper, then I make an effort to make a big difference between the 4th freedom and the less wider concept of Schengen. The 4th freedom involves 32 countries, not 26. Now, Switzerland, for example, is part of both. Israel is part of none. Even so, no visa is needed
for Israelis to travel to the Schengen area. So here is a third distinction. Okay, you can move into the Schengen with visa or without visa. Okay, now in the case of Israel, it's not in Schengen, but people can move into Schengen. Okay, but people of Israel are not part of the single labor market. People of Switzerland are. Okay, so it's important that you have these things in mind. Now, we hear frequently that the Schengen Agreement has been violated by many member states recently. We are told that Germany and Netherlands have won in the ECJ, in the European Court of Justice, when they claimed they wanted to deny immediate welfare benefits to Eastern European migrants. But this has nothing to do with Schengen. It has to do with the fourth freedom. When Viktor Orban says that Hungary will never become a country of migrants, he's not attacking the Schengen Agreement. He's attacking the fourth freedom directly. When the leaders of the Leave campaign in favor of Brexit were asking that the UK should be taking back control of borders, they were referring to the fourth freedom, obviously, as the UK is not anyway part of Schengen. Okay. Now, then I say why I see a big difference between the free movement of labor and the free movement of goods and services, which is fairly obvious. But it is that goods and services do not have a soul. Okay? Goods are, for some exceptions, like live animals, not alive. That makes all the difference. Migrants are humans. Importing workers on a permanent basis means not only providing them with public services, but also housing. All this in order for them to be able to work. It can also mean importing the migrants' problems. In other words, the degree of involvement of local indigenous populations must be much larger than with goods and services. The amount of friction and contact on a daily basis between locals and newcomers is much higher than when speaking about temporary delivery of services, for example. Local populations might see housing prices go up, neighborhoods overpacked, public services deteriorate, schools not being able to cope with a mixture of students of different origins. Other things enter more the realm of imagination rather than reality, like the perception of undesirable change of customs, social disorder, more public insecurity, etc. Now, I make here a big case for the temporary movement of persons, what is called the fourth mode of delivering services, because in my view, they eliminate in great part the social problems that migration causes. I mean, the Polish plumber is not a social problem, because the Polish plumber is not a migrant. Migration, conventionally described by the United Nations as someone moving permanently for one year outside his country of birth, this is the conventional, begins to be a problem. And normally he will want to bring along his family. Now, this is several times much more implicating him in a new society than when people come back and forth for a temporary work, which is much more acceptable. The same goes for frontier workers. Frontier workers are in the same situation, and seasonal work as well. These are three modes of movement that, in my opinion, prevent much of the problems that we are seeing now with migration develop. Now, of course, you will tell me, but when we speak about migration problems in Europe, we are speaking about non-EU migrants, okay? Why? It's a politically incorrect argument to say so. Nobody speaks about this. but basically it is because it is considered that other EU migrants have the same culture or the same background, or the same Christian background, or call it what you want, whereas this is not the case for non-EU migrants. But I warn you about different declarations. For example, Theresa May has spoken of migrants as citizens of nowhere. And when he says citizens of nowhere, he includes other Europeans. Only that people in Europe don't want to hear it, okay? Or when Rutte said once, the Prime Minister of the Netherlands said once that the foreigners should behave. He should behave like Dutch, okay? But that includes Romania. That doesn't include only Nigeria, okay? Yeah. So this leads me in my paper, of course, to the role of social media in amplifying these fears. Okay, and then I try to explain why these fears develop in small countries like Israel or Switzerland. And here the argument is very clear, and I finish with this. The argument is that normally in Europe there has not been fear of intra-EU migration in small states, because by and large these small states had a GDP per capita which was less than the average of the EU. So the idea that Malta would be flooded by EU migrants didn't appear as something probable. Okay. In the case of Switzerland and Israel, we have here a case at the other extreme, in the sense that clearly when from a Swiss or Israeli perspective you must consider solutions like the European Economic Area, the fears are much bigger because, of course, the limited demographic base and the fact that they are rich and therefore they are a pulling factor. Take the case of Switzerland. You might say, okay, but Switzerland is far away from Romania or from Bulgaria. Never mind. It is a country of 8 million surrounded by 4 countries of 250 million people. So I can understand the Swiss saying, oh my, what this means for us, okay? In the case of Israel, of course, you might say no, because it's in the Middle East and the European Union, for the matters. But Romania and Bulgaria, for example, in many cases, are packed together with non-EU migrants entering Israel illegally because of the demographic aspect and the income gap contemplated. Of course, in the case, and we will finish with this, in the case of Israel, it is much more the perspective of having peace, and one of the perspectives of having peace with the neighbors should be open borders, of course, for tourism, okay? But when you are in a region where a country of 8 million is surrounded by 130 million people, and you think particularly of the 100 million of Egypt, that in a time of peace would not be themselves hostile to Israel, and with such a labor market, you can imagine that this would be a big headache to manage. Okay.
Thank you. As I said, not food for thought here, but now actually I have one little comment to make up if I may, when we are setting up, which is that there seems to be a kind of experience that some small countries, not least this country, has imported huge amounts of labor in the last few years not as a consequence of economic growth, but to keep the economic growth going when there are skills. My question, and this is where I would like to come back with your part of your argument, is precisely what happens if there is a downturn. That would be what's going to happen. I mean, the theory here is that they will simply melt away. So, I see the question that, you know, I have doubts. We don't know what will happen in such situations. But in any case, this should set up minds thinking more, analyze, trying to read the future. Not crystal ball gazing, but making some assumptions or probability about what we know. All right, now I introduce the next speaker, who is going to speak to us about Portugal and Spain, two different countries in response to immigration and asylum flows. It's a question. And to do this, we have Professor Ruth, right? Bermeo Casado, who comes from the King Juan Carlos University in Spain. Now, Professor Ruth is also works in justice and home affairs policies, and on the issue of border management, which is a very important issue in migration discussion, and on the issue of the prevention of radicalism. And without much further ado, I would ask Professor Ruth Casado to begin.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the organizers of the seminar and also to all the members of the project. It's been a very good time to learn about the small states, and that was one of my aims being here, to know about the ideas, the interests, and how they design their policies. And to speak the latest one has a good point that many interesting things has been said, so I can focus in another on different ones. And I would like to make an exercise with you, but the nice moderator told me that we have no time to do things like that. So I will just ask you to think on the questions I would like to ask you. The first thing is, okay, we are not going to discuss whether Portugal and Spain, Spain is clearly a large state, but Portugal, depending on the classifications, could be a small or a medium state. This is for the title of my presentation. And also, I try to know if the size important in this way. They have different interests, they have different perspective on immigration and how they manage, how they decide. I'm from a Department of Public Policy, so we try to know why decisions are taken. And this is what I want to present here. We are used to compare Spain, Italy, Greece, and why we used to compare these countries in their management of the external borders, mainly because they are in similar locations. We are in the north part of the Mediterranean, and also they are comparable in terms of politics. They are Western democracy with institutions that, okay, our parliaments are not exactly similar, but more or less our regimes and our governments could be compared. In terms of economy, also we have similar, not always, but we can be compared in terms of unemployment rates or our productive sectors. And we consider ourselves dissimilar to other countries, mainly UK, France, or Germany. I can't explain you why we are different from France. We are located in a similar part of the Mediterranean, but this is a traditional separation between countries we usually do. Sometimes we place within those countries Poland as well, and we say that They are all the states in Europe. They are part of the founders of the European Union. They are also rich. We can discuss in the case of Poland, but they are mainly rich, and we can talk about economic similarities as before have been said. But once we know this, and as I told you, I want to know about other states that are not the normal state that I usually compare. Was asking myself about two events. I would like you to place yourself in 2010. If I ask you if we will have a new European border and coast guard, what would you answer me? Most of you, I think, would say, no, we are never going to have this. We are discussing to have this kind of border force since 2001 after 11 September attacks. And there was a proposal in 2002. There was also a report on feasibility of this kind of border agency. But what we had was something like Frontex, that was not a really European agency, was more as an executive agency. And so if we place ourselves in 2010 without the refugee crisis, we would say that we were not going to have a European border guard. And if I ask you why, probably you would say that it was a sovereignty question. Most of the people of the states who opposed to this project was due to sovereignty arguments or sovereignty reasonings. We are sovereign about our borders. We are the external border of the European Union, but we want to have the right to decide what to do in our borders because they are part of our territory as well. So mainly the proposals for this border agency were not successful due to this argument. And if you place again yourselves in 2010, and I would ask you, okay, if we have a new arrival of refugees in Europe and we would have to relocate them or them, maybe some of you have told me, okay, that's something we could do. We had historical precedent. We have, as our colleague said before, the 1992 precedent where United Kingdom took a lot of refugees from the Balkan wars, and other countries in Europe also. Your country, Macedonia, were one of the ones who received a lot of refugees. They were relocated, and there was, of course, debates, and public opinion sometimes was against that, but mainly we had also international regulations that we all European states were very happy with them, and we had the Dublin Convention to decide some problematic aspects. So maybe in this case your answer would have been, yes, we could do it, we had no problem with this. But my impression is that when the refugee and migration crisis came, we did the opposite. We had two unexpected results in these two questions, and the research I'm carrying out has tried to answer why we have an European border and coast guard now, and why we had a lot of problems with refugees, relocation and resettlement. Why something that we had reasons for not expecting happened. And one question is, what were the interests around these questions? And or to ask in another way, how countries align regarding this proposal, how they feel, how they place themselves around this. One answer could be, and is the answer I'm trying to assess, is this was due to the expected effects of both things. And we can then try to separate between small, medium, and big states. Were their interests very different? Were their interests very, could their interests be separating small states' interests, medium states' interests, or big states' interests? I'm saying that it's a research I'm carrying out, but I want to share that and to ask your opinion about that. I just studied Italy and Spain and Portugal. Here I present something about Spain and Portugal. Spain, as I told you, could be considered a big state, and Portugal could be considered a medium one. And if I have to clarify one thing, Portugal and Spain were far from the crisis, in the sense of the crisis what was placed in Greece and Italy, mainly in the central Mediterranean, and they were apart from the crisis to some extent. They were not directly receiving huge flows of immigrants. Now Spain is again receiving a larger number of immigrants and claimants of asylum. But at that point, when we are talking about 2015 and 2016, that was not the case. And so if you ask me, are they similar or they similar? I can say, okay, in terms of external border control or external border management, they are similar. They are Mediterranean, semi-new countries, and they're at the same time in the mid-80s, share a location in the Mediterranean. They have similar immigration and immigration paths, and they have public opinion that has been more or less moderate towards immigration. We have, from time to time, and mainly around electoral campaigns, we have right-wing parties, radical right-wing parties, but it's not something that we could consider that an important presence towards the government. What I've done till now is mainly qualitative research on that, newspapers, governments, and interviews, in order to know why they take the position they took around European border crosswords and refugee relocation and resettlement. And the results of this, and I will try to finish soon in order to have time to debate on that, is that Portugal presents itself in openness, or the government show openness and volunteer to resettle, and to more than the quota that they had, you know, and we've talked about a lot of these things. That's why I don't have to explain most of the things. You know that there were some quotas for resettlement and for relocation, and Portugal was about 1,000, something more, and afterwards was near something more than 2,000, nearly 2,400. But they volunteer to resettle, as you see, 10,000 people. Why? Why this was? And this is one of the questions I have. They were in an economic crisis as Greece, and they could have problems with public opinion, as we've seen in other cases, but they decided to offer them to do that. They are a medium country. They are, if we talk about resources or material resources or economic situation, as we talked about other countries, they were not very well placed to do that, but they decided to take this, to do this. But in the opposite, Spain shows a closer to a reaction of the central government against relocation and about resettlement. The Spain tried to decrease the number of people that had to relocate and resettle in these quotas, and was part of the countries who were saying the Commission that they were in a crisis situation. We have no money to do that. We have no means to do that. So I have no explanation by now, but this is part of the research I'm doing. Why some states, despite what we could wait or we could expect, decided to do one thing and the other ones placed themselves in a different way that we were expecting. And the opposite happened with the European border and coast work. They were both in favor, so they are not dissimilar in this case. They are, one is a medium, the other one is a big, but they were in favor of that. In the case of the European Border and Coast Guard, we could expect that that the smallest states support this agency. Why? And I would like to ask you why. Why could we have expected that a small or medium state were in favor of this agency? Okay, we can think on Greece. If we say that we have no means to support all the migrants or asylum seekers that are coming, there we are in favor of having a European agency that could say, okay, I will go there, I will do the checks, and will do the relocation, and will do everything for you. So this is a good option if we are not thinking in terms of sovereignty. We are thinking in material or financial terms. But we were expecting that big states like Spain were against this initiative. Why? Because they have a long history of border controls. They have good technological development like radars or technological biometric things. And they also consider themselves as very good doing this. So we don't need, the discourse expected was, we don't need European Union to do that. We can do it by ourselves. And the reason, as far as I know at this moment, the reason why some countries like Spain or those traditionally against this project were in favor at this time around the refugee crisis was because they thought that they were never going to use that. Okay, they say, yes, we need that for some countries that are not doing the things very well. They have no financial resources, or they have not the will to do that in some points in time. But the thing is that, okay, we can have this agency because we are not going to use that never. So unexpectedly, they were in favor of this. So I think I can conclude here to leave the floor for questions or discussions about this. But this is what my research till now about these two initiatives has achieved, or where the research is now. Thank you very much.
No, and thank you, Professor Casado. My Spanish is good. Now, I am going. I'm going to renounce. I had a very long speech for the closing session. It was about an hour. I'm going to renounce it. And I will open the floor to the discussion to give you time to speak. So I'll take every questions because we have to be out by 1. we're nearly there, but at least I'll give you some time. Please. Any questions or comments? Yes, Peter.
Irrespective of big and small, black or white, what I see as common ground is the idea of reconciliation, particularly of ex-antagonists, whether it was France and Germany after the terrible evils of nationalism symbolized in the most terrible way in the Holocaust, or whether it's the problem of Greece, so that within the euro we found hidden reserves of solidarity and reconciliation spilling beyond Europe to the globe, or whether even in Malta or in any European country, whether the labour contract awaits a deeper resolution from reconciliation, or whether the human person in being active is in fact discovering not only himself, but his neighbour as well. And finally, whether the real message of the European Union is that the one and the many are dynamically interrelated, so that two and one are almost the same.
I think that to be a comment. Yes. Yes. Anyone else would like to make comments or questions? Yes, please, Susanna.
Okay. I have a question for Professor Tobias, and I thought it was interesting because these academic circles, I'm a trade economist as well, I mostly find myself with other types of questions because the tendency is that it's very liberal in scope, but now I find myself at the other end of the spectrum, so now I have to ask you a different question here. We can see with the increase in trade mobility that we have had strong efficiency gains. So you're mentioning the example of the Polish plumber, and that's a very good example in that that market was very, very inefficient in Britain. So there was a strong scope to really have labor mobility to increase that efficiency and let the markets work better. I'm not talking about standard type social protection, but the amount of money that plumbers were gaining at the time was tremendous. They could gain as much as somebody working in finance in the London area. And that's then, I think, part of the vision that we have in allowing for this freedom, that we can not only share our labor market so that those that are in need, that need to get more jobs, can get help by temporarily at least moving elsewhere, and to alleviate hotspots, so we get rid of problems that we have in hotspots like inflation, but also to increase efficiency. So one could put the argument that by doing this, we will be more competitive as in world trade, we will be more strong, and we will be, in that sense, leading better. So I just wanted to push that type of question out forward. Thank you.
I think I will give the floor now to the speakers. I'll give them a few minutes each. To comment on what has been said here, and also to make additional comments. One thing that struck me with Ruth, for example, this little comment, Ruth's presentation was she asked why, if I understood you well, there was the attitude, negative attitude towards mixed attitude, actually, of border agencies' problems of their location, fear of the unexpected. I think this is a running theme that is why, in a sense, I would say, if I qualify it well, governments tend to be short terms, first of all, because in the long term, we are all dead. I see somebody who's to say. The second is that this has been a major problem. Why don't states, give more on, let's say, shares of the, because this is what it amounts to. It's fear of the unknown, of that single moment in the future, which I cannot see right now, but I need to apply the powers that I have and I can't use them. So I think this is a reason which needs to be explored. I'm not saying that, but something to be discussed. So let me shut my mouth. I thought it was interesting. Please.
So I would like to relate to the last intervention here about that in fact you are absolutely right. That me as an economist and on top of it a cosmopolitan am all for the free movement of labor across the world. I mean that's not for me as an economist. We know that this is first best and not only free movement of goods. In practice, what I observe is that across nations, free movement of goods and maybe services is better tolerated than free movement of people. That was essentially my point. Now, fortunately, we know as well that free movement of goods and services can be a substitute for the free movement of people. So if I am asked after now 50 years working on European integration, what do you think works best? I would say free movement of goods and services rather than free movement of people, but essentially for political reasons, okay? And we want, after all, more efficiency, as you said. So I always took the free movement of goods and services as kind of substitute so that we are not obliged to accept the labor movement in order to increase efficiency. Now, maybe you get additional gains from free movement of people, as you said, in the case of the United Kingdom. But maybe politically they are too costly. I mean, Brexit. I mean, you can, I certainly would have voted for remaining in the European Union as half of the people. But I think that what made the difference, unfortunately, or fortunately for the Leave proposers, was this matter of perceived friction. Sometimes it is not real friction. That's what is a shame. That it was the yellow press, you know very well, in Britain, telling people stories that were fake or exaggerated, as you have said. But that can make a difference in political terms. So what do we gain as economists in saying, but it is an optimum, the free movement of people. But it doesn't help at the hour of the truth, because we live in democracies and one vote is one vote. The ignorant votes like those who understand. They count the same. So we must live with this reality. Concerning your, I very much sympathize with this. I still think that the people that wrote down
the Treaty of Rome. I'm not speaking about the first one, the Treaty of Paris, because there it's not very clear if they had labor movements in mind. But I have been doing some research saying, well, what was that very well thought out? I mean, I clearly had the impression that this was not discussed profoundly. Maybe it was a generous idea, yeah, in order to reconcile people, we are going to allow for free migration between Germany and France. But I think at the same time, they were thinking that this is not likely to happen. I mean, just after the war, that the French is going to go to Germany for work or the other way around. And in practice, we see that this didn't happen. That governments have to push with special programs to learn German, to learn French, etc. But so that I think that I still keep this impression that yes, reconciliation is there, but what you find in writing is that the reconciliation will occur basically by trading goods. So people, business people of Germany will meet with business people of France, and a socialization process will take place. What we tell our students, okay, but not by exchange of people. They actually, what is phenomenal is that these labor movements are taking place nowadays, and we will see how it evolves. I hope it will evolve for good. But they are really, what was the dream of these people then is starting to take place 60 years later, and we will see, and it's thanks to globalization and the learning of English and the fact that people are now endowed with the possibility of exploiting this freedom of movement. Okay. Now, what fortunately for the EU 32, the income per capita has been converging in Europe, so that one of the most important mobiles that was, I go to a very rich country, is slowly disappearing. So we are still speculating that the amount of movement will not be such big that people, or some people, will react against. That's the point.
Thank you. Alfred, you are very keen to answer, so I'm going now to have a comment on you, so you will not be able to answer. First, about reconciliation. Yes, I think that there is reconciliation nowadays, and solidarity. You look at the bailout programs for Greece, for Cyprus. Of course, there are discussion about that. There were problems about that. They were not quite efficient in some cases, or it was very late these bailout programs came, but they were there. And they were quite successful with one exception, and this was, of course, Greece. So, second, Alfred, in order to see about, for example, free movement in Maastricht or in Rome, we had to look through who decides. Foreign policy analysis here, the tools of foreign policy analysis are quite useful, because the government's decisions are coming from pressure from the external environment as well from the side environment. For example, Merkel in August 2016 decided to accept all these hundreds of thousands of refugees. And then she changed her mind after the pressure inside. Why did she decide in first instance to accept all these refugees? Because there were economic interests from the industries, from other pressure groups, for other reasons. But you see, look, the governments are not monolithic. Even if they decide about these different views. So I think foreign policy analysis is quite useful.
As I was saying, short-term views are key points in analyzing public policy decisions. And I think that the failure of quotas agreement was the opportunity, the windows of opportunity to have the European border and coast guards, because some of the countries thought that they were enough strong to not be pushed by the European Commission to accept European border guards, never. And they also wanted to solve the problem in Italy or Greece. So yes, it was a short-term view. Otherwise, the discussion of sovereignty would have been the winner in this debate.
All right, this last comment brings us to an end of the session. I would like to make two announcements. Today at 2:30, you are also invited to the Young Researchers Workshop. We are going to have young researchers who are going to present their work, and I think they deserve our support and interest as well. And the second thing is that for some speakers and members of the network now, we meet for lunch in the first floor where we have a coffee break. And those who have been invited have been given what do you call it, a ticket. You have to do it for administrative purposes. Thank you.
Bir getirdik. Bu arada adına boru var. Yekundan sonra falan oldu mu? Getirdik hareketler. Hadi.
Do you have time?
Oh, Joseph. All right.
So it should just be changed before.
Can you still send us a copy of it then afterwards?
Oh, of course, yeah. It's just that I made it like a transition,
Yes,
so when I
no problem.
convert it to
Yes, so
when I convert
when
it to
you're
PowerPoint,
ready,
I'll listen.
yes.
Yeah, of course. I'll send a copy afterwards. Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right.
So I mean, it's gonna.
Shall I
Just
go?
check on the. Yeah, this is
And then-
perfect.
Is that PowerPoint?
No, it's Keynote. That's why I
Keynote,
don't have
okay,
this
all
one.
right.
It's
All right,
the
sure,
Mac
sure.
version of PowerPoint.
Okay,
It's so
okay.
much nicer.
Because there was another one, an office version, like PowerPoint, it was called Prezi. It's a
Oh yeah, but that's online.
Online.
Yeah.
Was quite good. This was better than PowerPoint. This one.
All of them are better than PowerPoint.
Oh, it's very, very limited.
But this one, I can convert it afterwards to PowerPoint. But some of these transitions don't look so nice in PowerPoint. So that's why I wanted to have it on the computer, on my computer if possible. But then we know it works.
Yes. Right.
Can you show me where we're going?
Yeah, I'm coming with
Good.
it.
Because
We're
now I
joining
lost,
us for
now I
lunch.
lost the others.
Thank you.
Meeting, so I can only join now. So.
Yeah, sure. This is of course the one gathering lecture.
Right, hi. I'm also a lecturer in European Studies at Lund University.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, very good. Nice to meet you.
Likewise.